في مدينة جوبا أجمل مدينة تيار قومي سريع ودينا في مدينة جوبا أجمل مدينة تيار قومي سريع ودينا اشتقنا لمونتي لما مدينة جوبا أجمل مدينة مدينة جوبا أجمل مدينة يا قومي سريع ودينا سلام بتاعكم ناس بكتوري سلام بتاعتكم ناس بملكية سلام بتاعكم ناس بكتوري سلام بتاعتكم ناس بملكية سلام بتاعكم ناس بأطلع برا سلام بتاعتكم ناس بكونيو كونيو المدينة جوبا أجمل مدينة تيار قومي سريع ودينا مشينا مشينا سوا لصنع كورين المدينة جوا أجمل المدينة تيار قومي سريع ودينا حبيبي لقيته يوم في موقفي مشينا سوا لصلاة يقول حبيبي لقيته يوم في موقفي مشينا سوا لصلاة يقول ونلعب سوا ونونس سوا ونلعب سوا شمالي جنوبي سوا 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 سوا
طيب السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. هنا ما كنتم. قبل ما نشغل الموسيقى الثانية نحاول بقدر المستطاع ندي فرصة لأخوتنا بام ممكن عشان تنوه للناس الموجودين عشان يشاركوا الغرفة. بعد ذلك ممكن نحاول نشغل موسيقى ثانية حتى الناس تجي عشان نبدأ برنامج بتاعنا. شكرا. بس أنا ما أعرف الصوت لو ما واضح دار أعرفه لأنه ده آخر صوت اللي أنا خدته ماكسيموم يعني by the way. So Pam, please can you just let me know if the volume is good and also just some information here and there for people to share the room, and then from there we can proceed for another song and then we continue. Thank you.
Today's topic and pin people in as Brother Mujasef is going to play one more music and then we'll be right back. Welcome Dr. Hakim for joining us today. It's been a while. I am happy to have you here today.
Thank you, Pam. Good to be back.
Yeah, and welcome Dr. Al-Haj. We are happy to have you back as well. We miss both of you.
Mikono haznani wanaasa dunia biafra ashani tapitakum tekalam ta Yesu wale talamis nitakum mikono haznani wanaasa dunia biafra عشان تعب بتاعكم، لكن حزن بتاعكم على كلمة هو بغيره لفرح الحقيقة لفرح أبدية، لكن حزن بتاعكم على كلمة هو بغيره لفرح الحقيقة ولا فرح أبدية. Moyo era rabuna ainu, kore rabuna asuma, anahibu rabuna lianu, uwabatu male sopitai. Moyo era rabuna ainu, kore rabuna asuma, anahibu rabuna lianu, uwabatu male sopitai. Ala wadi le ala para, ali mafizo olbiakter, shilubara lianu kuwa, da ala yau kuwa bitai. Ala wadi le ana para ali mafizo ulbi akter kilu para ali anugua ala yaugua bitai kali mashakil mega kadiri mawazi tabika kadiri kibola ya sumasia umi hawilu kulu le para kali mashakil mega kadiri mawazi tabika kadiri kibola ya sumasia umi hawilu kulu le para.
Yeah, I think I have really a very big problem with the network from 2 hours ago when I was preparing the room. But if you hear me very good, let's proceed to start the room and then it will be fine. Because I think I have some issue with the device. What I have here with the phone cannot play it very good. Hello? 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 Okay, come on.
You can go ahead and start the presentation already on Facebook as well, and then we'll continue from there. And I'm going to go ahead and start the deadline message now until we start the presentation with the people on the first, and we'll bring people up later. Daniel, I see your hand up. I don't think that you know how we wanted to conduct the room, therefore I cannot bring you up right now. Later on, once Brother Sabata, Brother Mujahid, and Brother Patrick Hakim spoke, speak, then I will bring anyone else that wants to come up. But meanwhile, I am going to turn the hand raised back off. So, hello everyone once more. Welcome to South Sudan Not a Cup of Tea. As Brother Mujahid said, we will go ahead and start our program. Our topic today is South Sudan is not a cup of tea. It's called the Republic of South Sudan. Considering the fact that right now the president of South Sudan is not, he might leave the country, and also we know that there's okay. We know that there is people in South Sudan who within different communities have their eyes with the president. Without war within South Sudan, and can South Sudan possibly crumble and disintegrate into small pieces? Brother Mujahid, you can go ahead and do your presentation, and then we'll continue from there.
شكرا. أول حاجة نقول لكم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى حينما كنتم. أسعد الله صباحكم ونهاركم ومساكم بخير في أرجاء معمورة الكرة الأرضية. نرحب بدكتور الحاج باول، ونرحب بدكتور حكيم داريو، ونرحب ببرادا ساباتا والمودريتور بتاعتنا الموجودة دائما نخدنا بام وكل الناس الموجودين تحت اللي بيستمعوا للحديث بتاعتنا بتاعت الليلة في التوبيك بتاعتنا بتاعت اليوم. زي ما انت سردتي باللغة الإنجليزية، هل جمهورية جنوب السودان في حالة امتداد لأزمة الانقسامات. وطبعا دي يعني حالة قد تكون مش نادرة، لكن حالة ممكن يعني نسميها باسم ثاني. هل يمكن أن تواجه جمهورية جنوب السودان التفكك؟ بمعنى إن الدولة دي ماشية في حالة الانحيار، وحالة الانحيار دي ما جات من عبث، إنما جات من فعل فاعل. وفعل فاعل قبل ما نمشي في التوبيك وأتكلم في الحاجات اللي أنا داير أقدمها الليلة، داير أدي مثل بسيط جدا. فعل فاعل إذا نحن لاحظنا، لو شلت زجاجة قزاز العادي ده ودخلت فوقه مجموعة كبيرة جدا من النمل اللون الأسود، مجموعة من النمل اللون الأسود، والنمل بمجموعة ثانية اللون الأحمر. الزجاجة دي لو قاعدة في حالة بتاعت استقرار، تلقى المجموعتين من النمل ديل الأسود والأبيض أو الأحمر بالأحرى بيكونوا قاعدين من غير أي يعني مشكلة، وأي واحد بيستمر في برنامجه اللي هو شايفه. لكن في حالة إنه جاء شخص وشال الزجاجة ده، وبالعربي بتاعنا البسيط ده بقول لك خجاو أو هزاو كده، بيحصل عملية بتاعت عدم صيغة بين النمل اللون الأسود والنمل اللون الأحمر. يبقى حيحصل مشكلة بتاعت مشاكل بيناتهم، وبيكون في هجوم مضاد من كل جهة للجهة الثانية. ده بمعنى شنو؟ بمعنى أن إحنا لو لاحظنا في الحالة بتاعتنا أن إحنا في جنوب السودان، هنالك يعني أشخاص أو مجموعة من الأناس أو قيادات سواء كانت سياسية أو قبلية ساعدت في الأزمة اللي حاصلة في جنوب السودان، وعلى رأسهم النظام اللي حاكم في جنوب السودان. طيب، ما هي الأسباب الجذرية للأزمة التاريخية والأزمة الحالية اللي نحن ماشيين فيها في جنوب السودان؟ لو لاحظنا دي من النقطة اللي نحن دايرين نتكلم فيها بالتفاصيل، لكن نلاحظ بأن جنوب السودان منذ 1955 وقبل ذلك 1948 47 كانت هنالك إشكالية كبيرة، وهذه الإشكالية إشكالية الحكم. ومشكلة الحكم، أنا ما أعرف لو في زول الصوت بتاعي ما واضح. Okay, let me see what is going on.
صوت واضح. صوتك واضح brother Mujassir, you may continue.
Okay.
Brother Mujassir, your mic is off if you're speaking.
Okay, تمام. كويس. الأسباب الجذرية اللي أنا ثرتها، هنالك أسباب جذرية تاريخية موجودة يعني منذ لما نحن موجودين في دولة واحدة تسمى دولة السودان. ودي نقطة رقم واحد. في نقطة ثانية نحن نشوفها، استراتيجية الحركة الشعبية في بناء دولة المواطنة في جنوب السودان بعد فترة بتاعت الاستقلال في 2011. دي برضو فيها نوع من الأزمة، بأنه الحركة الشعبية ما قدرت تخطط إلى خطة استراتيجية بحتة لبناء دولة بتاعت مواطنة في جنوب السودان. نقطة ثانية، نحن لو لاحظنا برضو عزمة الحكم وإذا أنا ذكرت تاريخيا أزمة الحكم وطريقة الحكم أو انعدام القانون وتطبيق الدستور في جنوب السودان. ومش تطبيق الدستور ساكت، إنما تطبيق الدستور حتى في المؤسسات بتاعت الدولة، سواء كانت المؤسسات الحكومية أو المؤسسات الغير حكومية، أو تطبيق حتى القانون لأي إنسان، سواء كان هو مواطن أو يعني إنسان مثلا مش مواطن جنوبي إنما مثلا أجنبي، أو لكل الفئات القبلية اللي موجودة في داخل الدولة. الحاجات دي كلها ما حصلت فيها عملية تطبيق بتاعت الدستور أو القانون حتى يحفظ حقوق بتاعت الأقليات أو حقوق كل مواطن موجود في جنوب السودان. لو لاحظنا الأزمة في أزمة أمنية كبيرة جدا. الأزمة الأمنية الكبيرة بتلاحظ بأنه التكوين بتاعت الهيكل الأمني في جنوب السودان كويس، أو الحياكل الأمنية كلها الموجودة في جنوب السودان مكونة بطريقة يعني مبنية باستراتيجية قديمة أو باستراتيجية متخلفة لأبعد حد. التخلف الاستراتيجي في بناء الأنظمة الأمنية في جنوب السودان. ليه أنا بقول كده؟ لأنه معظم الأنظمة الأمنية الموجودة الآن في جنوب السودان لو شفتها تنهدر من مجموعات قبلية، تكتلات قبلية أو تكتلات بتاعت أشخاص يحفظون للجنرالات مكاناتهم ويحفظون لأصحاب الشأن مكانهم، وبعد ذاك شنو يتعاملوا مع هذه الدولة زي شنو؟ زي الدولة دي مثلا ملك لهم. فدي واحدة من الأسباب برضو بتكون مشكلة كبيرة جدا ان احنا نشوفها في جنوب السودان. ودي لو لاحظتها في الجيش في مشكلة، في الشرطة في مشكلة، وفي بعض المؤسسات الأمنية المختلفة زي ما نحن بنشوفها مثلا الليلة بنشوفها في ناشونال سيكيورتي اللي هو الأمن القومي الموجود اللي بيحمل غيادة بتاعته كولكور كويس. فدي برضو مشكلة. طيب لو احنا لاحظنا الشيء اللي غريب، وانا حابدا بقول بعض من النقاط بتاعتي المهمة، الشق الأمني الموجود في جنوب السودان الآن بيخلي إنه الشعب الجنوبي ما بيكون عايش في استقرار ولا بيكون عنده حب إنه يكون موجود في داخل جنوب السودان، اللي هو الشق الأمني اللي تابع لكولكور. لأنه الفكرة بتاعتهم أو التكوين بتاعتهم والنمط الاستراتيجي للخدمة بتاعتهم يعني ما النمط الأمني اللي نحن بنعرفه تماما. في أي دولة إذا كان في ناشونال سيكيورتي أو الشغل الأمني الموجود اللي نحن بنعرفه تماما، الشغل بتاعتهم بالعربي البسيط ده يا جماعة تحليل بتاعت المعلومات. أي شغل أمني في العالم ده بيحلل معلومات، تحليل المعلومات وتفسيرها، بعد ذاك التدقيق فيها، ثم بعد ذاك رفعها للمدعي العام بتاعت الدولة أو لقيادات بتاعت الشرطة اللي بتكون معنية للشغل الجنائي والشغل الغير جنائي كويس. يبقى حفظ للأمن القومي في داخل البلاد هي تحليل الشغل الأمني، وليس مثلا يعني قبض المواطنين، ضرب المواطنين، تحجير المواطنين، نحب المواطنين والحاجات دي كلها. فالحاجات دي نحن بنشوفها موجودة في الشق الأمني الموجود في جنوب السودان، خاصة في الجهات الأمنية اللي تابعة لكولكور. طيب في مشكلة كبيرة جدا. المشكلة الكبيرة اللي أنا بشوفها في حسب التحليل بتاعتي اللي أنا بلاحظه في جنوب السودان، الأزمة بتاعت المواطن نفسه ذاته. إنه المواطن الجنوبي هو ذاته بنفسه هو عدو لنفسه. أنا بقوله بالواضح كده، شفتها؟ العدو الأول للإنسان الجنوبي هو الجنوبي نفسه. والكلام ده أنا ما جابه من عبث. كثير من المؤرخين وكثير من الكتاب والدكاترة قبل كده قالوا الكلام ده، وأنا بسند على الكلام بعدين بخط في الفيديو بتاعت حديث بتاعت البروفيسور واني تومبي لما he was saying that the South Sudanese they are the enemy for themselves. شفتها؟ جنوبيين ذاته هم سبب المشكلة لنفوسهم ذاته. الإنسان المواطن الجنوبي هو سبب المشكله نفسه. وانا بديكم البرهان ليه السبب. اول حاجه، لو احنا لاحظنا في اي دوله من الدول المعروفه في حاجتين مهمات للانسان المواطن اللي بيكون عايش في الدوله دي. انت عندك حقوق وعندك واجبات. في حقوق وفي واجبات بانك انت تكون انسان مواطن في داخل الدوله. يبقى الواجبات بتاعتك بانك انت تقوم بالواجباتك تجاه الدوله اللي انت عايش فيها، احترامك للقانون، احترامك للدستور، احترامك للانسان المواطن الثاني الموجود في داخل هذه الدوله، انك انت تحافظ للحقوق بتاعته زي ما هو داير يحافظ على الحقوق بتاعتك كذلك. لكن نحن لو لاحظنا في جنوب السودان، الانسان المواطن الجنوبي ذاته هو سبب الازمه الكبيره الموجوده الان في جنوب السودان. خلينا نجي نفسرها بتفسير بسيط جدا. تلقى الانسان الجنوبي اللي بتكون متقوقع في داخل القبيله بتاعته هو بيكون سبب الاثر الكبيره جدا جدا كويس لتهجير المواطن اللي ما بيكون تابع للقبيله بتاعته. ونحن لاحظنا الحاجات دي اللي حاصله الان من مجتمع بتاع دينكا بور اللي الان بيحاولوا بيهاجروا من المناطق بتاعتهم وبيمشوا في مناطق بتاعت سنترال إيكاتوريا، في إيسترن إيكاتوريا، بيمشوا وبيرعوا بالأبقار بتاعتهم وبيخلوا هذه الأبقار تدخل في المزارع بتاعت الناس بأي نوع من الأسلوب. يعني ده يسمى بالعربي البسيط ده شغل بتاع رجالة. ليه؟ لأنه هو شايف السلطة الموجودة في داخل الدولة ما بتسعى له قانونيا ولا بتطلبه قانونيا ولا تقدر تعمل له عمليه بتاعت مثلا شنو العقاب القانوني. يبقى الانسان المواطن اللي بينتمي للقبيله بتاعته هو سبب مشكله كبيره جدا لبعض الناس الموجودين في مناطق بتاعتهم ومستقرين. كويس؟ ده حاجه بسيط جدا جدا نقدر نعرف. يبقى الانسان المواطن الجنوبي ذاته هو عدو بتاع نفسه. ده حاله واحده. الحاله الثانيه اللي انا داير اقوله بكل وضوح، المواطن الجنوبي اللي موجود في جنوب السودان هو ما بيعرف الحقوق بتاعه شنو ذاته. الحقوق بتاعه نحو الدوله ذاته عشان يطالب بالحقوق بتاعته ما بتعرفه. والكلام ده ضرب مثل بسيط انا اديكم له. الليله لو انتوا لاحظتوا في ابا نايل، في مناطق بتاعت ابا نايل، في مناطق بتاعت البترول، كان انت شفته في فلوج ولا في ملوط ولا في اي منطقه بتاعت البترول، في عمليه بتاعت يعني عمليه بيئيه كبيره جدا، تلوث بتاعت البيئه بطريقه غريبه جدا جدا. ولكن الانسان اللي بيكون موجود هناك مرات تسمع من اصحاب الشأن ذات الناس اللي قاعدين في المنطقه هناك بيقولوا لك كلام ذاك انت تضحك. كونه زول يقول لك انه المشاكل الحاصله في مناطق بتاعت البترول دي مشاكل ما مسؤوليتها حكومه جنوب السودان. او واحد يجي يقول لك انه المشاكل اللي قاعد تحصل في مناطق بتاعت البترول دي مشاكل بتاعت حكومه بتاعت السودان الزمان، لانه حكومه السودان الزمان هي اللي عملت كل المواثيق القانونيه والغير قانونيه مع اصحاب الشأن بتاعت شركات بتاعت البترول. الليله نحن نكونوا قاعدين لو عيالنا يموتوا كويس يطلعوهم مثلا مقطعين ما عندهم اذنين ما عندهم عيون ما عندهم شنو، والله نسكت على كده ما نتكلم في الكلام ده لانه ده ما مسؤوليه بتاعت الحكومه. شيء مضحك طبعا، ده عيب، شيء مضحك للغايه جدا. ده يوري انه الانسان المواطن الجنوبي ذاته ما عارف الحق بتاعه. والغريب انك انت الناس اللي قاعد تتكلم في هذه المسائل تلقاه بيكون قاعد في دوله عظمى زي في امريكا ولا في كندا ولا في استراليا بيتكلم بهذا الاسلوب. تتخيل الانسان اللي بيكون في هذه الدول عايش هناك مرتاح ما بيعرف انه يقدر يدافع الحقوق بتاعت الانسان المواطن اللي بيكون في داخل الدوله بتاعت جنوب السودان. تفتكر الانسان اللي بيكون داخل القرى واللي بيكون داخل المدن المستوى بتاعت التعليم بتاعته بسيط مثلا، تفتكر بيقدر يفكر بالحقوق بتاعته الرسميه نحو الدوله او واجباته نحو الدوله او يطالب بانه الحكومه او النظام يوفر له مشرب ومأكل ومسكن؟ ما اظن دي نقطه عجيبه جدا. عشان كده نحن بنلاحظ في المناطق بتاعتنا كويس في قتال حاصل بين المجتمعات القبلية، في قتال حاصل بين المجتمعات القبلية، في عملية بتاعت شنو؟ بتاعت الانتقامات اللي حاصلة في داخل البلد. مجموعة قبلية للمجموعة القبلية بتمشي تهاجم. أنا أديكم مثل بالحي كده، في الفترة اللي فاتت هنالك وصيغة واضحة بأنه دنكبور مع قبيلة بتاعت النوير أو النوير بتاع لاو ولا ما عارف شنو، يجتمعون مع بعضهم البعض ويطلعون بوصيغة بأنه يتفقوا عشان يمشي ينتقموا من قبيلة بتاعت المرلة. شوف التخلف هنا كيف، شوف مدى بتاعت التخلف بتاعت الإنسان المواطن الجنوبي اللي بيعرف إنه هو قاعد في داخل هذه الدولة، المفروض يحترم نفسه ويعرف إنه القانون لما يعمل عملية بهذه الصورة يبقى القانون المفروض يدينه. لكن نحن موجودين في دولة لا فيها قانون، لا فيها دستور، لا فيها نظام ذاته يقدر يحافظ بتاعت الحقوق بتاعت الإنسان المواطن. وده يدل على الكلمة بتاعت الرئيس بتاعت الجمهورية لما قالوا قاتلوا فيما بينكم وأنا ما عندي لكم زمن، والجيش بتاعتي البسيط الموجود ده أنا بحافظ به نفسي، وأي زول فيكم بعد ما يفتر من القتال لما يجي جاري عندي ويركع عندي كويس بعد ذاك ما يقول نفسه راجل. شوف الغباء السياسي الموجود لرئيس الجمهورية أن يصف المواطن أن يقاتل لأبعد حد حتى يسفك دمه في الأرض ويموتون موتا، ثم بعد ذاك بعد الفتور بتاعتهم يرجعون إليه ويكون كلاب بالنسبة له. شوف هنا، شوف مدى الغباء السياسي اللي نحن بنشوفه، أو الغباء القيادي. ده بيسمى غباء قيادي من السيد رئيس الجمهورية أن يتصرف بهذه الصورة. كويس؟ لكن هل الإنسان المواطن الجنوبي اللي قاعد في داخل جنوب السودان والخارج جنوب السودان فهم موقفه الوطني شنو؟ هل فهم موقفه الإنساني شنو جهة الآخرين اللي هو عايش معهم في نفس الدولة؟ ده هي الأسباب الرئيسية اللي بتخلي إنه جنوب السودان وصلت لمرحلة بتاعت التفكك النسيج الاجتماعي في داخل هذه الدولة. وعندما يحدث التفكك بتاعت النسيج الاجتماعي اللي نحن بنلاحظه اليوم في جنوب السودان، نحن سوف نصل إلى مرحلة خطيرة جدا. وهذه المرحلة الخطيرة جدا ويتكلم فيها تنبؤات بتاعت البروفيسور وانيتم بأنه سوف يكون هنالك قتال عشائري قبائلي في داخل جنوب السودان، والحاجة دي حاصلة الآن. اللي بيقبل يقبل، اللي ما بيقبل الكلام ده واضح. تلقى أبناء الدنكا بأنفسهم في مناطق بتاعتهم بيتقاتلوا ما بينتهم، يتقاتلوا ما بينتهم نهارا وجهارا وليلا. اللي يموتوا 60، اللي يموتوا 70 في اليوم، اللي يموتوا 50، اللي يموتوا 160، اللي 120، والكلام دي كلها مدونة وموجودة كل يوم. نسمع في راديو مراية ونسمع في التقارير الأمنية بأنه العدد زائد لأبناء جنوب السودان لأنهم يتقاتلون ما بينهم، خاصة في المناطق بتاعت شنو؟ بتاعت الدنكا. وده اللي بيقاتلوا بنفسهم هم دنكا ذاته، دنكاوي بيقاتل دنكاوي. الكلام ده عجبك ولا ما عجبك؟ ده الحقيقة. انت بتقتل في اخوك في شيء تافه جدا. ليه؟ لانه ما بتعرف الحق بتاعك ولا بتعرف حق بتاعت اخوك ولا بتعرف انه الدولة دي المفروض يكون فيها احترام بين شنو؟ بين كل المواطنين. نقطة ثانية وانا سردتها قبل في البداية، نتيجة للتخلف او الحمجية القبلية، انا بقولها بالواضح، الحمجية القبلية الموجودة لدى بعض القبائل اللي بتشوف نفسها بأنها هي لديها القوة بتاعت السلاح، كويس؟ لديها قوة بتاعت السلاح لأنها تلقى دعم كبير جدا من النظام، كويس؟ اللي فاشل، وتلقى دعم كبير جدا من القيادات العسكرية الموجودة في داخل القيادات بتاعت الجيش أو الشرطة أو الأمن، تدعمها بسلاح. وهي بتشوف انه هذه الاسلحه التي هي تحملها تريد ان تحاول ترعب بها الناس الثانيين، بتخش في مناطق بتاعت الناس الثانيين، بتخش في مناطق بتاعت القبائل الثانيين. لكن هل هنالك رد فعل من النظام نفسه تجاه هؤلاء الناس اللي بيمشوا بأسلحتهم نهارا وليلا ويمشوا يحجروا في الناس ويقتلوا في الناس ويغتصبوا في النساء. هل يوم من الأيام في تحقيق في هذا البرنامج؟ ما في. يبقى نحن نفهم تماما بأنه النظام الموجود في جنوب السودان ده نظام داير انه ابناء جنوب السودان يتكاتلوا فيما بينهم وما عنده لهم اي شيء ولا عنده لهم اي زمن، والا نظام بيقول انه انا قد اتيت في هذه الكرسي لاهلك ابناء جنوب السودان. والكلام ده قالوا كير يا جماعه. كير ما قال الكلام ده واضح، قال انا لما اكون اطلع من الكرسي او اتخلى من الحكم او زمني لما يجي في نهايه الحكم جنوب السودان انا اخلي لكم شنو؟ خلي لكم رماد، اخلي لكم، واي زول فيكم لو جاء عشان يكون رئيس عشان يصلح هذه البلد بيكون صعب جدا انه يصلح الجنوب السودان. الكلام ده ما كل يوم جنوبيين قاعدين يسمعوا. هل في رد فعل للانسان المواطن الجنوبي انه يعرف تماما انه النظام الموجود ده ما النظام اللي نحن نقدر نسند عليه انفسنا ونقدر نمشي عليه قدام؟ ما في. انا داير امشي سريع جدا عشان اخلي فرصه للدكاتره الموجودين فوق. في 3 نقاط انا داير اشير عليهم. اشير للنقطه بتاعت الميليشيات. ازمه كبيره جدا جدا في المنظومه الامنيه في داخل البلاد. الميليشيات اللي موجوده بكميات هائله جدا جدا في داخل جنوب السودان، وكل غايد من غيادات بتاعت الميليشيات ده هو بيكون موجود في داخل المنظومه السياسيه ذاته او في داخل المنظومه العسكريه. تابع للاس بي ال ام، ما ده اسلوبهم كويس. عشان كده بقول لك شنو من ثمارهم تعرفونهم. الاس بي ال ام كل القيادات بتاعته العسكريه الموجوده هناك في داخل البلاد هي اللي بتدعم الميليشيات دي بتاعت القبائل بتاعته وتديها السلاح. والكلام ده انا اثبت لكم بالواضح. في الاسبوع الجاي هجيب لكم موثوق بتاعت مستندات رسميه، من ضمنهم وزير كويس من الوزارات الموجودين في داخل الدوله، وحتى النائبه بتاعت رئيس الجمهوريه ياندن مره بتاعت قرن ده اللي هو عارف هي قال هي الام بتاعت البلد او هي ام البلد، هي ذاتها اللي قاعد تدعم ميليشيات بتاعت دنكبور اللي قاعدين يرفعوا الاسلحه بتاعهم نهارا وليلا ويمشي يحجروا الناس في مناطق بتاعت الاستوائيه. نفس الحاجه اللي قاعد يدي للميليشيات بتاعت دنكبور بتاع الكوميونتي الموجودين عشان يتفقوا مع مجموعه بتاعت الجيش الابيض من النوير عشان يمشوا يقاتلوا مع مجموعه بتاعت شنو بتاعت المرلي. ونفس المجموعه بتاعت ناس المرلي اللي عندهم الاسلحه ديل ما ياو ما موجود في الحكومه بيشيل الاسلحه عشان يدي له مرلي كمان عشان يمشي يقاتلوا ناس ثانيين. شوف الفضايح هنا كيف. وياهو قريب ده قبل 3 4 5 يوم انتوا لاحظتوا الجيش الابيض لما مشى مع دنكغور في مناطق بتاعت المرلي وقاتلوا هناك شالوا كميه كبيره جدا من العيال كويس. شالوا كميه كبيره جدا من العيال وجابوهم في بورو قاعدين يبيعوهم زي التجار الرقيق. يعني نحن وصلنا ما اعرف كم الف سنه لورا في زمن بتاع شنو؟ زمن بتاع التجاره الرقيق عشان يجيبوك ويخطوك ابد في السوق ويبيعوك. الاطفال قاعدين يبيعوهم في بور والحكومه شايف او النظام شايف، وحتى ناس الجيش والشرطه كانوا موجودين في السوق بتاع بيع بتاع الاطفال. كده لاحظ الحاجه دي. عشان كده هذه الميليشيات الموجوده في جنوب السودان هي هتكون سبب اثر كبيره جدا جدا بانه جنوب السودان يصل الى مرحله بتاعت التفكك. العمليات القبليه الموجوده في داخل جنوب السودان من القبائل اللي شايف نفسها هي كبيره وداير تشتغل عمليه بتاعت انتقام من غير اي سبب لبعض القبائل الموجوده في جنوب السودان، دي هتسبب مشكله كبيره جدا لتفكك هذه الدوله التي تسمى دوله جنوب السودان. مشكله المواطن اللي ما عارف انه هو عنده حقوق وعنده واجبات، دي برضو بتسبب مشكلة كبيرة جدا لتفكك في جنوب السودان. ليه؟ لأنه هنالك مجموعات أو individuals اللي ما بربطوا لسانهم، اللي ما بيعرفوا حتى إنه ربنا ده ذاته لما خلقك يا جماعة ما اداك common sense by the way. حتى كان أنت مشيت مدرسة ولا ما مشيت مدرسة، ربنا اداك يعني بقول له شنو حكمة يعني طبيعية أو علم طبيعي إنك أنت كيف تتصرف. يعني الليله ده ما في زول يقول لي والله الناس ما بيعرفوا يتصرفوا. في زول بيقدر بيشيل نار ويخطه في عينه، في زول بيقدر بيشيل نار عديل بالعود، عود كده بيكون مولع يشيله يخطه في عينه. ما في، حتى لو هو ما قرا ما مشى مدرسه ما بيعمل حاجه زي ده. لكن هنالك مجموعات كبيره جدا جدا في داخل البلاد او خارج جنوب السودان يشتغلوا عمل بتاع التحريض وعمل بتاع تفكيك النسيج الاجتماعي في داخل البلاد. ليه؟ لانه هم سبب المشكله الكبيره جدا بانه دوله جنوب السودان تمشي لقدام. وديل مثل هؤلاء الناس اذا كان هذه الدوله فيها قانون وفيها الدستور، الناس ديل المفروض من ضمن الناس اللي يتم محاكمتهم مباشره. ليه؟ لانه هم سبب الاثر لتفكيك النسيج الاجتماعي وحتى تشجيع القتال ضد القبائل الثانيه او ضد المجموعات الثانيه. فاخيرا انا داير اقول من غير المواطن الجنوبي اللي حيفهم حقوقه وواجباته وينضم الى مسيره بتاعت التغيير في جنوب السودان لثوره عامه في داخل هذه البلد لتغيير هذا النظام، انه جنوب السودان حيصل الى مرحله خطيره جدا وقد تكون مرحله اكعب من دوله الصومال. لمرحله اكعب من دوله الصومال. ليه؟ لانه سوف ينشب قتال كويس غبلي في داخل هذا البلد، سوف ينشب عمليه بتاعت انتقامات في داخل هذا البلد، سوف ينشب عمليه بتاعت حتى يصل الى مرحله بتاعت تطهير العرق في داخل جنوب السودان. ولما نحن نصل لهذه المرحله، وانا عارف الكلام ده نحن حنصل عليه قريبا عاجلا جدا جدا، وانا اديكم سبب واحد. الان كير هو موجود في سلطه الحكم، لكن هنالك مجموعات كبيره جدا جدا الان في داخل جوبا من نفس العنصر بتاع كير ذاته، بيشتغلوا شغل بتاع انه اي زول منتظر 200 الفيل اللي اسمه كير ده يقع تحت عشان اي زول داير يمسك هذا الكرسي. وبعد ذاك حيصل مرحله بتاعت قتال بين هذه المجموعات كلها، وحتكون مجموعه واحده. انا داير اقول لكم بالواضح كل ابناء دينك الموجودين الان في جوبا من قيادات بتاعتهم المختلفه في الاجتماع الاخير اللي هم اجتمعوا في نيروبي واجتمعوا في جوبا كويس في هوتيل، وانا ما بقول الزمن نحسن الهوتيل ده، كانوا ينسقون تماما بانه مين اللي حيكون يمسك القياده بعد كير يمشي. تلقى ناس بور برام، تلقى ناس اويل برام، تلقى ناس بحر الغزال من جزء الثاني برام، تلقى حتى المجموعه بتاع جين كانسل برام، وتلقى مجموعه بتاع كولكور برام، ومجموعه التابعه لناس توت كي وشنو برام. فيبقى نحن ننتبه تماما انه جنوب السودان في الحاله دي هيصل الى مرحله خطيره، وبعد ذاك اي زول يركب شجره بتاعه. انا بجيب لغايه هنا، وبعد ذاك ممكن لو في حاجه ثانيه انا هضيفه بعدين عشان ادي فرص لدكتور حكيم وبعدين الدكتور الحاج، وهنجي في 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 نقطه ثانيه انا خليتها بجنب. سيستر بام شكرا كثير، وادي فرص لناس ثانيه.
Thank you, Brother Mojasef, for that introduction. So I will go ahead and pass the mic to Dr. Hakim. After that, we will come to Brother Sabata. So, Dr. Hakim, welcome. If you're ready, the mic is yours. Today's topic, as we said, It's could the Republic of South Sudan face disintegration? That's the topic that we have for today. Go ahead, Dr. Hakim. The mic is yours.
Hi, Pam. Sorry, I was struggling trying to open the mic. Is my voice clear?
Your voice is clear.
Yeah, I'm on headset, so sometimes I think people complain that the voice goes down, but I hope it will stay loud and clear. So first of all, I want to thank you, Pam. I want to thank Brother Mujazif and also all the panelists here who are with us here, Sabata, Al-Hajj, and Al-Hudur, those who are with us here in the room here today. So I think this is a very important and timely topic that really speaks to the current situation on the ground. If you look at the last couple of weeks, and of course, starting with the major developments that took place over the last couple of 2 weeks, which is the war, الحرب الجرى بين المجموعات الاجتماعية يعني الموجودة مثلا في هنا في Upper Nile. More specifically, I just really wanted to highlight that النسيج الاجتماعي بتاعتنا اساسا ساير للانهيار، وده ما حاجه جديد يعني it's not news. It has been talked about since last year. بعدين حصل ده دي ما حاجه جديده يعني. This is now the second time, if not the third time. I remember in 2020 there was also a campaign of violence between the Jane or from Greta people, and also the Lone Wave, who together formed and marched a big army to attack Greta people. And we all remember what happened. There was no intervention on the side of the government. And the matter was not really taken seriously. And I think Mujazif has already clarified that. And Rais الدولة اللي Salva Kiir, he has his own policy, which stated clearly that they're not going to be intervening on these conflicts that bringing these communities into violence among themselves. That he will only remain in Juba, and if you are defeated, then you come to Juba. He can be in a position to protect you. So النقطة الأساسية في أنه شنو من ما حصل الحرب الأول في 2020 already كان في مسار وفي اتجاه توجه يعني واضح للانهيار بتاعت النسيج الاجتماعي. Because people, large communities, small communities, and cannot combine their forces to go and attack and eliminate one particular community. They can say an act of genocide to organize such a big force to go and attack the people of Greater People. And it was also, dramatic. For example, you remember the youth in Bor were declaring Greater People as a whole to be a no-fly zone. That any flights, humanitarian or anything, that intend to fly to People will do so at their own risk. يعني دي بقى كانت حكومة بحد ذاته. يعني these are powers that are exercised by a sovereign state, by a government of a country, but they are not, powers that can be exercised by tribal armies, militia, and so on. And I think if you also put this in context, that أنه زي ما مجازف قال أنه التسليح الحاصل, the armament of these communities, the heavy arms that they have shown to be in their possession, all of these arms come from a single source, which is the government in Juba. And it's facilitated and mediated by people that Mujazir has named or at least indicated who are the culprits, who the culprits are. For there is a flow of arms to these communities from Juba, because these communities never cross the borders, international borders, to go and buy weapons and ammunitions and all of that from other countries. But they seem to be getting these supplies regularly from sources in Juba. فده بيوريك انه شنو ما في نظام اساسا. There's no discipline, there is no rule of law. None of these communities are compliant with, the policies of peaceful coexistence. The idea of peaceful coexistence is long gone. These communities, want to either dominate or protect themselves and preserve themselves from attacks by other communities, which is simply put, every community is arming themselves first to prevent encroachment by other violent communities against their people and against their territories. The principle is that every social group that is armed, if you look at the Nuer, you look at the Cholo, you look at the Murle, you look at the Kabor, the presumption is that these communities are armed to preserve and protect themselves. That's one. That's the first, because there's no law and order. There's no government that is providing security to these different social groups. And then the other is actually a challenge to the state itself. This state does not exist. It doesn't make policies. It doesn't make decisions, by which all of these social groups would abide. So the implication is that there is no state, because if there was a state, then these formations outside of so-called regular, organized forces would not occur. But the fact is that the reality on the ground is that the state is shrinking, and the other armed, forces outside of organized forces are expanding. مثلا the Loudware, they are a big force. The Dinkabor, they are a big force. The Murle also have a force to protect and preserve their territory from encroachment by these hostile communities around them. So there's no unity, there's no peace between these communities. The Dinka, the Nuer, and the Murle. They are warring against each other. There's no social fabric that can facilitate and mediate sustainable peace between them. And this is very critical for South Sudan. So we are proving to the whole world and to ourselves that we cannot coexist, we cannot live together with each other in peace. That we cannot, for example, give allegiance or pay allegiance to a central authority or to a semblance of a government that provides security to everybody. That's non-existent, and I think that's why many of these groups have decided to take the rule of law into their own hands for protective purposes, as well as for other reasons, to dominate or to become a hegemonic force. Fadal Hassan. So it is a very skewed, environment. So you have these big tribal armies which operate and exist outside of the organized forces, and yet they get their supplies from the organized forces. So it means that the state itself is used as a conduit, is used as a means for, providing supplies to these forces. So which means that the state is actually hijacked. The state is now operating to provide and supply these forces so that these forces can engage in wars between themselves, because otherwise the state would have stopped this, disintegration in the character and in the powers and exercise of monopoly of violence in the country, but it has not done so. So monopoly of force is no longer the prerogative of a so-called government in Juba. The monopoly of violence is now democratized. And if you look at the number of people who carry arms in the Launware and the number of people who carry arms among the Dinkabor and the number of people who also carry arms in the Murle, Greater Pibor administrative area, it's like you are democratizing the possession of arms, the possession of ammunition for unlawful purposes, like the attacks that we have seen recently, which take no permission from anybody. They just decide by themselves that we are armed, we have ammunition, we have enough manpower, and they have been joined in this by the Anyuak, who came from the other side outside of our borders. They came from Ethiopia to attack the Murle from the other side. So you can see that the Anyuak, the Murle, the Nuer, the Dinka have become, their conflict has become pronounced and very consistent and very protracted over the last 2 to 3 years. And if that is not resolved, then what else can you resolve to preserve the state? What, it just tells you that we have a real problem in our hands, the problem of not being able to live together with each other, not trusting in each other. So there is no social fabric that can bring all of these communities to live together in peace. Those who are decision makers, who are making and organizing these forces and supplying them, do not have good intentions to try to preserve the country together. Otherwise, they would have been the first to stop this kind of violence among these different communities. لما تيجي تشوف للوضع الحاصل في الاستوائية، يعني انت بتلاحظ انه برضه this violence has been imported or exported to Equatoria. I don't have to remind you about the massacres اللي حصلت في نانغالا، حصلت في لوكيليري، في لوبونوك، في كاجوكاجي, even recently, في Agoro. This has become the new normal in Equatoria. It has never been, this has never been seen before in Equatoria. لكن هسي it has become the new normal. يعني شوف هسي اللي حصل في مانغالا. It has never happened before, but it's a new normal now. فالحاصل انه the violence in Upper Nile or Jonglei State has become a second nature in the whole of the country, because it has been persistent, and over the last 2 years or 3 years, it has been a repeated, there has been a repeat of this, without any efforts to try to stop it, which means that the state itself has either deliberately failed, to stop this violence, or the state is actually encouraging it, or the state is powerless. But if you are powerless, you cannot make decisions in the interest of peace. You cannot make decisions or even implement policies as a government. Then why would you be considered to be a government? يعني انت هتكون حكومة بأي صفة يعني. ما انت بتكون حكومة هناك بالصفة انك بس انت انت بقيت مجرم يعني. Because first of all, you don't abide by the law, you don't preserve and protect the rule of law. And we have seen the corruption, of course, in the country. We have seen how impunity has become normal, it's normalized, it's being normalized in the country. There is no accountability, there is no decision making that is based on legitimacy. So you have all of these factors combining together to make South Sudan a failed state. Sorry. I'm on a call. Just a minute. Sorry, guys. Just being interrupted. Yeah. So what's happened here is that the situation has gotten out of control, and this has been since 2013, 2016. انت بتشوف the pattern is there. We have failed to organize the political process and political decision making to ensure that peace is being preserved in the country. لأنه حاصل عملية بتاعت hijacking بتاعت the state, and then this question of tribalism. Who has put these arms in the hands of civilians, in the arms of the particular tribes who are heavily armed? Why is that? فممكن بنقدر نلقى الاسم شنو ده الانسر. The answer to this, you will find that in Carol's book. Carol looked at this, prophetically from quite, even before these events started to take place. And the research data took place before 2013, and also before the current developments in the country. So you can see that on the one hand, if you look at ethnocide and genocide, so they correlate, right? There's a strong correlation between ethnocide and genocide and what it means, and the factors and the forces that are making genocide a tool for state building for South Sudan. So if you combine genocide or ethnocide as a tool for state formation in South Sudan, it means that the future is very grim, because this process is not over yet. It's still ongoing. And that might explain the attack on the Murle, because the Murle, for example, presented themselves as a resistance to these hegemonic forces. And I would be very clear about this, that the hegemonic forces are the forces of the Jeng and the Nuer, because they are the ones who are in control of political decision making in South Sudan today. And the power is shared between them, between political elites from the Nuer community and political elites from the Jeng community. And of course, both of them are using SPLM as a tool. الخلاصة اللي أنا ممكن أقدر أجيله يعني ممكن أشير له أقول له ألخصه بقول إنه the state has been progressively from 2011, 2013, quickly we started a civil war in the country, which was avoidable, completely avoidable, but still we went on and we created a war. So SPLM was still acting like a rebel movement because they were making references to 1991 when we already have a state and expectations and obligations of having a state, on the shoulders, a responsibility for running the state by the SPLM, particularly by the leaders who are, who were, accidentally brought into power. They have shown themselves not to really understand the meaning of a state, and therefore they ended up even wanting to hijack this state. So their idea of a state is a Jeng state, and that correlates with what Carol Berger wrote about ethnocide as a state, as a tool for state building, because these leaders have followed this trend. They have allowed the violence to continue and put arms in the hands of their communities to attack other communities. So our social fabric is completely broken now. So the disintegration has been a slow process, but in fact, just over a space of 10 years, from 2013 to 2023, it's like more than 10 years now. You can see that from 2011 to 2023, the state has been, consistently failing, and there's no reverse gear by the look of it. يعني ما حاصل عملية بتاعت شنو؟ عملية بتاعت تحسن في الاتجاه المعارض أو في الاتجاه المعاكس. There's no inverse process which is corrective, which is remediating بالنسبة للترند So all that we're seeing from 2011 to 2023, if you take 2011, 2013, 2016, 2015, and so on, it doesn't seem like the state is actually correcting itself. And there's just further fragmentation. So politically, at the national level, so-called political processes have failed to remedy the situation in South Sudan. And now this is even further complicated by, these tribal wars in Jongole and exporting these tribal conflicts to Equatoria. So ما في تغيير يعني ما في تحسن. It is just, progressively getting worse and worse and worse. So we're moving in the direction of disintegration. We're moving in the direction of fragmentation. And it is very unlikely to see a conflict process which is moving in the opposite direction to try to remedy the situation, to bring people together, to change the political system in a very legitimate way. زي مجازف قال في مجموعات سياسيه بدات تتكلم. انت عندك مجموعه بتاعت كولكور هنا، عندك مجموعه بتاعت توت كيو، عندك مجموعه بتاعت كول مانيانغ، عندك مجموعه بتاعت X, Y, Z, and so on. Okay, so this doesn't bode well for the country. This doesn't bode well for a meaningful transformation from the current situation of a failed state to something that people can start to build hope on. يعني ما في عمليه معاكسه بيقدر يعني يدي للناس يعني امل في انه هتكون في اصلاح. ولما تشوف على the opposition have also hasn't been very successful, hasn't been very effective. لانه opposition ما عنده دعم وما عنده resources and is ineffective. So the opposition processes are not actually offering hope as well. That's the idea. Opposition is not offering hope. And the situation in the country is just, going from bad to worse and all of that, as I said before. So we can establish that the process of disintegration is now increasingly looking irreversible. And some of us might have seen this coming, after a long time, because لأنه طبيعة بتاعت الصراع السياسي اللي حاصل في جنوب السودان ما صراع سياسي انت ممكن تقدر توصفها بانه شنو؟ ده صراع يعني is capable of offering the country hope, because there is such a strong tribal schism. There's such a strong tribal agenda that it is not promising anybody that this country is going to stitch itself together. والحاصل اهو شايفينه حسي حتى political elites are not from Upper Nile, Bahr el Ghazal, and Equatoria. They don't really trust themselves. They don't work together. Quite honestly and seriously, they don't trust themselves. They don't work together. They don't have something which really transcends these divisions, in terms of how they work together, how they, try to expand their agenda and so on. ما في كويس. قد يكون ده نتيجة مش لأنه قد يكون نتيجة لعدم التواجد بتاع مثلا كوادر، مش كوادر اللي هو الريسورسز بتاع اللي هو الآليات مثلا من ناحية بتاعت السبورت، دعم مثلا كافي to support the political process to move forward. There's no support, of course, and everybody's working on their own. وما في سند شعبي كبير يعني. شفت كيف ما في سند شعبي كبير. So all of these factors just really send a very clear message that we have failed as a state. We have failed in our institutions. Even our social fabric is no longer as strong as it used to be, to relatively stronger in even before independence. لكن حاسس شنو؟ لانه احنا ما جلسنا تحت عشان نضع constitution of how we want to resolve the crisis of governance, how we want to govern ourselves. ما حصل. It has just been imposition وكده. ففي نهاية الأمر الواحد ممكن يقدر يقول شنو مجازف بدون ما أطول الحديث يعني. ممكن حاجة راجع تاني بعدين. I'll give the opportunity for others to pick up from where I leave off. النقطة بس الأخيرة اللي أنا ممكن أقدر أقوله فإنه يعني حسي الأطروحات بتاعت إنه إحنا how do we make this disintegration to a large extent manageable. How do we manage it consciously? Because right now, if we say let's make a constitution to come together so that we can keep our social fabric strong and coexistence, ما حيكون في ناس مستمعين. الحكومة ما بيستمع والمجموعات that are fighting among themselves, they are not even listening to that. So it makes it even very, very difficult. إحنا مثلا some of us in Equatoria, for example, who are advocating for Equatorial self-determination, إحنا كنا بنطرح نقول إنه ممكن شنو ممكن نقدر نجلس تحت يعني to say that we acknowledge and there is an irreversible process here of us not having failed to live together and coexist because we don't have the institutions, we are not responsible for making political decisions, and so on and so forth. So the best thing for us to preserve the interests of every social group is to agree to have, a process of democratizing, freedom to all of these social groups so that they independently can make decisions by themselves that they want to live together with other communities. And the people should speak. And that's why we are talking about democratizing sovereignty, democratizing self-determination. Because through this prism or through this lens of democratizing self-determination to all of these social groups, so that these social groups can have the opportunity for self-determination, for decision-making, that they are able to make legitimate decisions as a people. يعني حسي احنا في استوائيه قلنا المفروض احنا كاستوائيين احنا بنشوف انه احنا بنواجه خطر كبير وخطر بتاع عدم وجود بتاع الدوله عشان يقدر يحافظ على الحقوق بتاعتنا وبالتالي احنا لازم شنو؟ يعني احنا مضطرين انه يعني to look at the options of creating our own state so that you can preserve our existence. ما انت تحافظ على نفسك بتكوين بتاعت الشنو؟ التكوين بتاع الدوله. هسه احنا كونا الدوله بتاعت جنوب السودان ده عشان نقدر نحافظ بها على انفسنا. لكن لما الدوله ده تفشل انت هتحافظ على نفسك كيف؟ ككتله اجتماعيه، ككتله كمجموعه اجتماعيه. As a social group, how do you preserve yourself? You have to preserve yourself by creating a state. Hopefully that the state will not be failed, will not operate and become a failed state. Would then mean for the reasons of peace. Because you have seen the failure. Nobody can impose you to live together. No one. There's no power. The regional powers, the international community cannot intervene to try to help you formulate how you want to resolve your issues of governance and so on. The country is independent and everything is now down to you. No one would interfere because there's this principle of sovereignty of the state. So if there is a principle of sovereignty of the state, then let's use that and democratize it to our different social groups and make decisions by ourselves without the intervention of the international community in that decision-making process. But we need security of all of these social groups so that they can voluntarily sit down together and make self-determination for themselves and say, do we want to choose to live together or would rather want to form our own different states? So that would be the position of the people, provided that they are able to participate in the process of decision-making for themselves. Maybe we can come out of this. Otherwise, South Sudan is not viable as a state anymore. And Salva Kiir can never, change this. And I'm asking the other question: who is going to change this? يعني هل بديل بتاع سالفا كير هيقدر يغير الوضع ده؟ هل في maybe the question for the other panelists to ask to answer is لو فرضنا انه في واحد جاء من الجروبس المجاز اللي بيتكلم عنه ده، لو فرضنا انه واحد من الجماعه دي جو في سلطه، هل هيغير الوضع ده؟ هل هيقدر يعني to remedy our social fabric that has broken? Are they going to be able to do that in the foreseeable future, in the next 5 years, 10 years? Are they going to be able to do that? Is there a real hope? Is our hope realistic in that, you know, something might happen which will reverse this situation just by changing the leadership of the country? When, you know, there are people in this system who have already hijacked the state, are they going to give up what they have hijacked? Money, oil money, arms, you know, all of this, are they going to give it up? They are not. In my assessment, they're not going to give up this. So now for us to address this, at least, you know, if we can't address it collectively as South Sudanese, we address it as the different social groups. Form alliances among ourselves and these social groups that are targeted. If you consider yourself to be, you know, at stake, your lives are at stake, you come together, you do something about your self-determination. So I think I'll probably stop here for now. معلش للinterruptions اللي حصلت, but I'll give the opportunity for my other brothers here to come on. I think the kalam shaykh, kalam interesting. It's also a very serious issue that we are discussing. So it's important that we give it the attention that it deserves. Fana begif here. Shukran.
Thank you, Dr. Hakim. And the question that you asked is actually a very valid question. Maybe some of the panelists will answer the question as they go along. Brother Mujasef, do you have something to say before we go to Brother Sabata?
I think you can continue with Brother Sabata as well. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Brother Sabata, the mic is yours. You may go ahead.
Thank you very much, Pam. Thank you very much, Brother Mujasef. I also want to thank Dr. Hakim for making a very good presentation and also asking very important questions. And by the way, the questions that Dr. Hakim asked are very important, especially the one that asks exactly who can basically rebuild the fabric in South Sudan, given the current status quo that we have right now. And indeed, if you take a very careful observation and you consider so many factors here and there, and you put them together to see exactly whether we have any way out, I'm really sorry to say that as a South Sudanese who have sat down and carefully studied our situation, I think there is no way out. South Sudanese can hardly do this by themselves, and that is why sometimes back could be pretty much more of a theoretical solution. And I said it looks like we need some powers from outside. We need some arranged trusteeship agreements here and there, because we have entered so deep in a mud that all the good ideas that can be tabled in order to get the country out, or in order to get us out from where we are at, seem to be browsed away, because those who are in power right now have their own agenda of domination, not to create a republic where the nationals of South Sudan, irrespective of where you are coming from within the territory of South Sudan, would live under freedom, liberty, and all the principles that are basically protected right now under the current world order that we live in, and And that is why, indeed, when we take a very careful observation, a lot of us in South Sudan may have the right ideas to get the country out of here, and that includes, by the way, sitting down and agreeing on giving the social groups that are in South Sudan a new chance to reconstitute themselves based on their cultural harmony and redraw themselves and maybe give themselves self-determination and all that for the sake of preserving good life, you see. But the question is, how can those things be implemented? Where are the powers that can basically push or suppress the current power that has a different agenda and basically install and make those ideas to manifest? That remains actually the question that I think we'll be dealing with. All the ideas that are good do not have the power behind them, you see. And the bad ideas that are currently existing have all the powers behind them to implement the bad ideas. And that is where we are actually stuck in a mud right now. Brother Mojasif earlier, when he started his presentation, he presented a very, very important ideas. You know, he talked about SPLM failing to strategize well in building the state of South Sudan, and he also talked about how South Sudanese have always been enemies of themselves, and played for us a video of Wanitombe talking about that. And by the way, Wanitombe spoke on his 14th point after he explained so many things. He explained in his 14th point that if the doctrine of uti possidetis juris is not carefully revisited, okay, those borders that the colonials had left is not currently being cemented, there could be possibilities where disintegration will happen, and it will happen in such a way that even those borders will be ignored. And in other words, there could be some new created borders that the colonials had not left before or have not drawn. And this is going to be based on how the situation that the people of South Sudan so far are putting themselves through. Brother Mujasib, everything that you have explained with respect to poor strategic approach, South Sudanese being enemies of themselves, I want to just touch base on some few here and there. With respect to poor approach, the SPLM indeed decided to build the framework of what is called the military sector, with basically putting what is called tribal institutions and kind of putting them together to build what is called the process of the framework of the military sector of the state. And this is the biggest mistake ever. And this militia are basically tribal. They are not well trained. They are unethical, and a state cannot be founded on such a kind of military framework. Let me give an example of the Republic of Somalia. You know, when they lost their head of state, Farah Aidid. Farah Aidid was not able to manage the social groups, those clans, those Somali tribal militias who have actually erupted within the country, and he ended up leaving the power of the state. What has happened was basically the state had collapsed. You know, the state had collapsed just just very similar situation to where we are at right now in South Sudan. And the nationals kind of try to get along by themselves only. You see those social groups, but did it work? It didn't work. That by itself, that negates so many theories of why governments are usually created. Because governments are created to create a platform where nationals can come and survive, and governments are there to usually put the policies and regulations and rules and order the society in general, and make sure they contain any malpractices or misbehaviors and all these kind of things. But now, if you have a state that has failed and the people are just kind of trying to get by, relying on pretty much their chiefs, and their chiefs are basically managing youth who are violent, and creating all those tribal militias that we are seeing in South Sudan. Then the concept of the state managing the people basically diminishes, and that is exactly where the Republic of Somalia had started. And of course, that happened after even what is called Somaliland has already declared its independence, because it just so the entire Somali became very chaotic, and the part of Somalia that was initially colonized by the Italians, which was called the Republic of Somalia, basically just broke down, and leaders started erupting there based on their ability to put together militia. Ali Mahdi was there, and then Farah Aidid emerged and undermined authority with Ali Mahdi, and that Somalia just became very chaotic, and the people are the ones who have suffered. And this is a result of actually the state failing, and there was no proper arrangement of what is called taking over power. And South Sudan is at the brink of doing that right now. We are actually a failed state. Now, Kir is in a situation where so much are now being discussed under behind doors with respect to who would come next and how this should be done and all that. But at the end of the day, if no proper arrangement has been made on how power would be transferred, then yes, we may end up seeing the scenario of Somalia in South Sudan, which is a very unfortunate situation. Now, the other thing, Brother Mujassi, that you talked about South Sudanese being enemy of themselves. It is true, and Juanito also made a point on this, even though we have not heard him. You have not allowed the audio to go through all the way to that point. But he mentioned that before the independence of South Sudan, tribes have been fighting right and left. And have the South Sudanese really taken a step back to look at why there has been tribal conflicts within the fabric of South Sudanese? Have they taken a look on that carefully, or they have decided just to brush that under the carpet, the causes of those tribal fights, and accused the Northerners repeatedly for being the ones who have consistently played bad politics upon them, you see. And he said eventually the country will, of course, go through the referendum and the country will become independent. But at the end of the day, the actual causes that have not been researched will continue to be there, and the tribal conflicts will continue, and the tribes will always clash amongst themselves. And eventually, that would be one of the factors that would actually make the country one time not to be able to stand, and the country will eventually tear apart. And this is exactly what we are seeing right now. So, towards the question of who South Sudanese disintegrate into pieces? The answer is yes, because it is something that has been clearly seen even before independence, that South Sudanese historically been fighting amongst themselves along tribe lines, okay? And what have been the causes, really, of this South Sudanese fighting along tribe lines? We know very well that South Sudanese, from the time the British left the country, Sudan was left in about 9 provinces, right? There was Kordofan province, Darfur province, Northern province, Central province, Eastern province, Western province, Upper Nile province, Bahar Ghazal province, Equatoria province. If there's any province that have missed, and there have been 9 provinces. Okay, so when you look at then the 3 provinces which fell in the southern location of Sudan at the time, which is the Upper Nile and the Bahar Ghazal and the Equatoria. Now you look at Upper Nile and you look at Bahar Ghazal, even those social groups who live within those 2 provinces have not been able to even get along by themselves. At least the Equatorians kind of were able to create a form of social contract amongst themselves and kind of lived peacefully. But when you look at the tribes that are coming from Upper Nile and when you look at the tribes that are coming from Bahar Ghazal, they have not been able to even form cohesive society, or they have not been able to harmonize. And most of the tribal fightings around them during those days have actually been amongst those tribes. And if there are tribes in Equatoria who have been engaged in fights, it's also with the tribes who are coming from Upper Nile and Bahar Ghazal. So what have been the causes of all those fights? Have the people of South Sudan sat down and examined that before they delusionally just came up with the conclusion that they will be able to create a viable republic by themselves? And those are some of the questions that Dr. Wanitombe has asked, had asked. And he said, because South Sudanese themselves have not researched those things well, those factors that have always been making the South Sudanese fighting themselves along tribes will always be there. And even if they get the independence, they will continue to fight themselves along tribes, you see. And this is exactly what we are seeing here. And that actually brings in the argument that you have said, that the South Sudanese have always been the enemies of themselves, you see. And now here we are, reality is kicking in. Unfortunately, Brother Mujasif, as you talked earlier, it looks like there are still some people within South Sudan who are still trying to cast blames here and there to even societies that are not part of South Sudan today, you see. And I think that is ignorance, and ignorance also is an enemy. Ignorance is an enemy to your healthy being. Brother Mujasif, I won't take much. I would leave it up to this point. But again, I want to reiterate what Dr. Hakim has said here, that the trend that is actually leading towards a disintegration seems to be irreversible and seems to be unavoidable. We are going that direction. It's just like, I don't know if you've seen the movie of Titanic, when it broke and it was just kind of hanging there waiting for the piece that broke down to just drag the rest of the ship to go to the depths of the ocean, whatever it was, whether it was a sea or ocean. So we are already there. We are moving towards this disintegration to happen. All we are left with, Brother Mujasif, all we are left with right now, all we are left with is just for also the tribes that are in Equatoria to start also forming their militia, to live just like the tribes in Upper Nile and Bahar Ghazal. Once the tribes of Equatoria start living like the tribes of Bahar Ghazal and Upper Nile, that's it. That country is going down, because it looks like it is only these peaceful people who are living around the Equatorial territory are the ones who seem to be right now having their backs as a platform that is basically holding the country together, and all these political dramas that have been played in Junub Sudan that have not been helping bringing the country and putting the country intact have just been played in those territories of Equatoria. But once the Equatorians start developing militias and possessing militias like the White Army, like those of the Murle and all that, to kind of fight other tribes that are not Equatorians out of Equatoria, by all means, the entire country will just tear down and the country will disintegrate. And it will be at that time that I don't know what the international community will do at that time. It will be very unfortunate for international community to wait until the time until the country breaks down, similar to the situation of Somalia, before something gets done. The international community basically supported the idea of South Sudan becoming independent, and I think it will be morally good for them to do something before the country gets to that situation. I would leave it up to this point and maybe add some few later.
Thank you, Brother Sabata, for those points that you have presented. They are really good. Brother Mujasef, before we go to Dr. Al-Hajj, do you have any interjection or comment that you want to add to that statement that Sabata or Dr. Hakim said? Or you may go ahead and answer a question that Dr. Hakim asked as well.
Yeah, I think there is 4 things that I would like to add, and then we'll leave it for Dr. Al-Hajj. Maybe we'll be ready to also come in. تعرف دكتور حكيم سأل أسئلة كويسة، لكن قبل أسئلة بتاع الدكتور حكيم أنا قبل اتكلمت في نقطة مهم جدا، وأنا داير جنوبيين ينتبهوا في النقطة ده. دار نتكلموا لو حاولت بعربي بتاعي البسيط ده للناس اللي قاعدين في البلد هنا. يعني المشكلة اللي نحن عندنا بالضبط كده حسي ده في الوقت الحالي ده، ناس ينتبهوا لكلامي اللي انا قاعد نقوله ده بالضبط كده يا جماعة، من غير اي مجاملة، من غير اي عشان انه في شنو حاصل ولا عشان انا معارض. جنوب السودان ده حتى حسي ده في وجود بتاع كير، الكلام ده قبل انا قلت وانا دار نقوله بطريقة ثانية، في وجود كير الآن في السلطة ذاته الحسي ده، في جنرالات حسي بقى عندهم جيش، في جنرالات حسي ده في داخل الاس بي ال ام، في داخل بيقول له شنو ده التابعين للقيادة العامة ذاته بتاع جوبا ده، تابعين لوزارة الدفاع ولا وزارة الأمن ولا لوزارة الداخلية. الآن هنالك جنرالات عندهم قوات عسكرية تابع لهم بالأسلحة بتاعتهم، أسلحة بتاعت الدولة، قروش بتاعنا بتاعت البترول والحاجات بتاعت الضرائب اللي الناس قاعدين يدفعوا كل يوم في شارع جوبا، الجاي من جوبا ليوغندا ده، نازل قاعدين يستخدموا الحاجات ديل وقاعدين يسلحوا به أي زول عنده جيش بتاعه الخاص. الكلام ده يا جماعة أنا قاعد أقوله بوضوح. ليه؟ لأنه ما في صيغة. الحركة الشعبية الموجودة الآن ده ما في زول منهم خاط الصيغة لزول الثاني. كذابين ساكت كلهم تقول لهم إنه قاعدين دل أي زول ضد الثاني. والكلام ده قبل أنا اديتكم مثل بتاعت النمل. كويس؟ وبديكم مثل ثاني الآن بتاعت الأقرب. وإنتوا عارفين الكلام بتاعت الأقرب ده قبل كده يعني اتكلمنا فوق. إن الأقرب مع الضفدعة ده الاس بي ال بنفوسهم اقرب مع الضفدع اللي هو الجونجا ده نفس الاس بي ال ده. تلقى واحد من الاس بي ال هو بيمثل هو الاقرب والثاني هو بيمثل هو الجونجا. لما بقول له يا اخوي كده شيلني من طرف المويه ده، انا اقرب ما نقدر نعوم في المويه، وصلني بغادر البحر. لكن عشان هو زول اناني وعشان هو زول حاقد وما عنده الوطنيه، هيضرب القوانجة في نص البحر وكلهم الاثنين هيغرقوا. وبعد ذاك هيحصل شنو؟ انا داير اديكم مثل ده بطريقه ثانيه. هيحصل شنو في داخل المويه؟ المويه ده لو افتكرت انه العقرب ده ضرب الضفدع ده وفي السم، الاسماك اللي بيكونوا قاعدين قريب من الكتل بتاعت العقرب مع الضفدع لما هم يموتوا والسم الموجود ده السمك الموجودين هناك ده بيموتوا. ده هو جنوبين. SPLA, they are now planning to fight between themselves because they are hungry for power. And the people, those who are dying and are going to suffer, they are the civilians, the citizens of South Sudan. That's why I'm calling right now. All the South Sudanese, they should understand this situation is going to happen soon, if you want it or you don't want it. I don't want to say it in the way how Makwe used to say that you like it or not. But if you want it or you don't want it, this thing is going to happen. Otherwise, it is the time for us to think that this country, before to go to that situation where we are looking for, or this SPLA they are looking for, let us be aware enough to find the solution as soon as possible. That this government, it should be kicked soon as possible. This is one point. The second point, I'm going very fast on this. المشكلة الكبير اللي عندنا الأنانية. أنانية في بعض من الناس من القبائل بتاعتنا الموجودين دل. وأنا دار أكون بالواضح. I want to say it very clear for my brothers and sisters from Denka tribe. For those who are educated and non-educated. My brothers and sisters, this country, it is for us all. But if you are thinking that you want to deny the right of all the citizens of South Sudan of changing this government because Kir is a Denka, you guys, you are very selfish for yourself, and then you are going to pay. You are going to pay what is going to happen for all the South Sudanese, and you are going to be included inside. You are going to be included inside. والكلام ده انا بعدين بشغل الفيديو بتاع وانيتهم. لانه الانانيه الموجود والحساد الموجود وعدم الرضا للتغيير اللي بيحصل في جنوب السودان عشان الناس تفتكر انه التغيير اللي بيحصل ده بيكون ضد بتاع القبيله بتاع الدنكا او ضد كير لانه هو الدنكاوي. My brothers from the community of Denkas, you have been mistaken, like what already Paul Molong has said. And this is the big mistake. And I'm going to assure you this very clear, that all the people, those who are organizing meetings now, either in Nairobi or in Kenya, okay, in Kenya, is it the عاصمة بتاعه طبعا نيروبي, ولا في يوغندا, ولا في داخل جنوب السودان, في بيوت بتاعهم المختلفة دل, all of them are Denkas. So what is the reason of organizing meetings? That because you guys they want to fight for. ده معناه شنو؟ ده أنانية وعدم الوطنية في البلد. والجنوبيين المفروض يفهموا الكلام ده، وحتى الدنكا ذاته المفروض تفهموا النقطة ده. النقطة ده ما هيساعدكم في المستقبل. لأنه الموت ده لما بيجي ما بيجي بس لهنا ده براو لنان دنكاس ما يدوي. I'm assure you that Denkas are going to kill themselves because there is different militias, those who are fighting for the power when Kir is going to be. And Kir soon is going to leave the power. Soon Kir is going to leave the power, and then he is already decided to leave the power, but he already make a big mistake by saying that this country I will leave it and nobody is going to repair it. ده نقطة ناس يخطوا في رأسهم. حاجة ما فيه قبلي أنا قاعد أقول معكم واضح. ده معلومات خطيرة جدا جدا المفروض الناس يفهموا ويخلوا باله فوقه في النقطة. ده نقطة. النقطة الأخيرة وأنا بجي فوقه سيسا بام لأنه there is many things, secret things to talk about. في هنالك ملحمة كبيرة جدا بتاع التفكك بتاع الدولة بتاع جنوب السودان ده. ملحمة كبيرة جدا لمشكلة إنه جنوب السودان يتفكك، ومش يتفكك هيكون دوليات. يتفكك بإنه أي زول بيكون عنده سلاح بتاعه مع قبيلة بتاعه بيكونوا قاعد وما بيكون في حاجة اسمه دولة جنوب السودان. ولا في حاجة اسمه دولة تاني موجود في جنوب السودان. هيكون في عشوائية كبيرة جدا في هذه الدولة وقتال بطريقة غير عادية جدا. عشان كده مهم جدا انه هنالك صراخ عاجل لكل ابناء جنوب السودان انه يحاولوا ينقذوا البلد ده في اسرع فرصه قبل ما كير يتنازل من الباور او قبل ما كير يحصل له اي حاجه ثانيه. God forbid انه ما يموت، انا ما دارين اي زول يموت، لكن ده حاجه انا قاعد اقوله لكم. لو كير استغال عشان المشكله المرضيه بتاعته ده عشان يمشي في علاج، وده حاجه عمل له هنا ده they give him that you should resign from power so that you can leave the country and go for treatment. Otherwise, if you cannot resign as a president, there is no any treatment. You have to stay in South Sudan. And that if that is going to happen, Kir is going to leave out, you will see what is going to happen. بكون في النار في البلد ده. نقطة أخيرة، جنوب السودان الآن كل جنوبين يفهموا حاجة واحد. دولة اللي اسمه جنوب السودان ده ما في أساسا، دولة الموجود في جنوب السودان ده هو أساسا J1 بس فقط. J1 بس أو حاجة اسمه دولة جنوب السودان. يعني من وزارة بتاعت من وزارة وزارة الخارجية لوزارة الداخلية لبيت بتاع كير خلاص. That is South Sudan, by the way. That is the country. But the rest of the country, it is in fire. كذابين ساكت تقول لي إنه أنا عندنا دولة اسمه جنوب السودان. المحل الحسي قاعد يحافظ الرئاسة بتاعت البلد والسيادة بتاعت البلد، بس تمشي من الوزارات لآخر بتاع هنا محل بتاع ملكي، هنا في محل بتاع جونجرن، هنا ده القاعدين يقول له ما أعرف هو ده أساسا ميدان الحرية أساسا اسمه أساسا الحسي قد قال الطريقة بتاع جونجرن. That is the country what called South Sudan. My brothers and sisters, the South Sudanese citizens, this is the country what we are looking for? I'm going to end up here and thank you very much. I will add later on after Dr. Al-Haj because we have some points to add over here so that South Sudanese, they should really think very, very important. And this topic, it's really a warning. This topic, what we are talking tonight, it is a warning for all the South Sudanese that things is going to happen. Otherwise, people, they should really work very hard to rescue this country as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Mujasser. I would like to welcome Dr. Al-Haj. Dr. Al-Haj, if you are ready, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Pam, and Mujasser. I would like to pass my greetings to all the panelists and also to commend them for the informative and illuminating presentations that they have delivered. And also I would like to thank all the listeners down there. I'm going by the title, Could the Republic of South Sudan face disintegration? Well, from my own view, yes. I think South Sudan can disintegrate, and South Sudan perhaps is on the road to disintegration. But before I delve deeper, I would like to say that disintegration of states is something that from time to time has been happening in the world. I would start with Sudan. Let's not forget that Sudan, as we knew it, was disintegrated in 2011 when South Sudan became independent. And as a result, you can look at the map of the previous Sudan, it's broken into two. And so basically it has been disintegrated, it's been broken apart. So again, in 1991, we saw another disintegration in Africa. Ethiopia disintegrated, giving birth to Eritrea. And the map of Ethiopia, as you know, it is changed. And recently, Ethiopia struggled to maintain its current borders when the Tigray threatened to break away. But disintegration is not only happening in Africa. Prior to that, disintegration happened in Europe. In 1996, 1991, we saw the disintegration of the Soviet Union, whereby many countries, many ethnicities in the former Soviet Union broke up, giving birth to Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Moldova, Ukraine, Armenia, and many others. Again, we witnessed another breakup, disintegration in Europe with Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia broke up to Croatia, broke up to Slovenia and Herzegovina and Kosovo. So disintegration is something that happens all the time. Now, why do disintegrations happen? Disintegrations happen because when countries fail to govern according to the social contract of each country. But in the case of Soviet Union, it was completely different. Let me try to talk about the countries that I have mentioned as to why disintegration happened to those countries. And then I will throw light by bringing in the examples of South Sudan, which has been articulated eloquently by the previous speakers. Let's start with Sudan. When South Sudan was getting independence, they were promised with the Sudanization, which started in 1952, 3 years after the 1947 Juba Conference, that South Sudan would be given federalism. But once Sudan attained independence, the Arabs went back and refused to grant federalism, and they went on to institute policies of Islam and Arabism. That created a division because the social contract, which should have been on federalism, was broken. South Sudanese people rose up and fought. They fought a bitter war. But that bitter war, to a large extent, was not equivalent to what has been taking place in South Sudan, in an independent South Sudan. And as a result, Sudan disintegrated into countries, South Sudan and Sudan. With Eritrea, its ethnic difference, and Eritrea was born. Now, with Soviet Union, it was quite a different ballgame. It was completely ideological. Issues of ethnicities were thought to have been settled by communism, and they believed that in equality. But then what happened was nationalism developed in Soviet Union, and the different ethnic groups preferred to go back to reclaim their countries. And that, with the introduction of reforms in Russia by Gorbachev, especially Perestroika, it gave people power, and that led to the break of Soviet Union. Now, there are other countries like Yugoslavia, whereby the war was completely on ethnic basis. The Serbs were dominating all the other groups, the Muslim groups of Herzegovina and Kosovo, and the Croatians and the Slovenians. And that domination created hatred, and the country broke up to many, it disintegrated to many countries. So we can see clearly that issues that can lead into disintegration are linked with history. Any social group that has a history of existence in peace, when subjected to oppression, will resist and they will break up. Because that's the nature of humanity. Nobody wants another person, like Geren used to say, sit on my neck. Or putting their, as in the incidents that happened in America recently with George Floyd. Nobody will want anybody to put their knee on someone's neck. And so in South Sudan, we have got a history. Equatoria has the history that comes from Ladu Enclave, and they have the history of living in harmony prior to becoming part of South Sudan. And because of the oppression being foisted on the people of South Sudan by the GEM, on the basis that they want to install themselves as superior people in the country, and because people are resisting, they are now committing the worst crimes one can think of. It has forced communities in South Sudan to go back and look at history. Hence now we have got separatists coming up with reference to their own history and how life was good. And when people talk of separatism, it's not only in Equatoria. The Nuer, who also have got historical ties with Ethiopia, also have now got communities and section of their own society that is now demanding separation. So these are some of the characteristics that shows, or they can be the symptoms of disintegration of a state. The other things that also can lead into disintegration of the state is when the state is weak or when the state is a failed state. And just allow me to read you this short paragraph from Noam Chomsky in his book, Failed States. And he defines it as follows. Failed states is the aggressive, arbitrary, tyrannical, or totalitarian state would equally be regarded as having failed, at least according to the norms and standards of modern day in international law. So if you look at this definition from Chomsky, you can see clearly that South Sudan fits the description of aggressive, arbitrary, tyrannical, and totalitarian, but has to be put in context. This is a state that is hijacked by the Jung, and the Jung are exercising all these characteristics that I mentioned. They're aggressive, they're arbitrary, they're tyrannical, and the state is totalitarian. The previous speaker spoke about control of arms and the monopoly of violence in a state. And a state normally has the monopoly of violence so that it can control everybody within the territory. Unfortunately, in South Sudan, the monopoly of violence lies with the tribe and not with the state. And in this situation, it lies with the Jeng. And because of that monopoly of violence, we can go back and see what happened in 2013 when they killed the Nuer in mass, and then they followed it up by war, which is continuing up to now, although people say that now there is peace in South Sudan, which of course, we as South Sudanese, we know that is total lie. The level of violence that the Jeng were able to unleash on the Nuer and other tribes, even states that exercise violence do not go that far to unleash it. Imagine forcing people to eat human flesh, forcing people to be killed like animals, cutting women's, pregnant women's tummies to fish out babies. That is the level of violence that the Jeng gave to themselves by hijacking the state of South Sudan. And this is clear. Being dictatorial, being arbitrary, is going to cause people to rise up. And when people rise up, they will ask for separation. And if they ask for separation, it leads into a disintegration of the state. Or if people call for devolutions of more powers and you don't grant that devolutions, then the country also leads into disintegration of the state. And sometimes even if you offer devolution, if the devolution is not implemented, then the state can disintegrate. And all these are things that we have seen that the state of South Sudan is not sensitive. It does not recognize agreements. We have seen how they are playing with the ARCIs and our ARCIs up to now. Because those provisions in our ARCIs, bad as they are, which we do not agree in, but at least if they were implemented, it would give some semblance of a state. But for that to happen, the young do not feel comfortable because they will lose the monopoly of exercising violence, and hence Kiir didn't hide it. He said it clearly. We are at the stage whereby we are fighting for each society, each group now should fight to define themselves in the new state called South Sudan, which according to them is phase number 3. So what we have here is we have a state that has already shown the seeds for disintegration. Okay. Now, if you look at the true characteristics that define a failed state, again, this is Noam Chomsky in his book. He lists 4 of them. And these are the inability or unwillingness, to protect their citizens from violence and perhaps even destruction. Now, this number 1 characteristics, even a 3-year-old child in South Sudan can see it. I've already talked about the violence of 2013. We again saw violence. From then on, we saw violence continuously until now. We've seen how communities are devastated in Equatoria for no reason at all. They've turned their cattle herders to become the implementers of their agenda to displace people and to create a Jeng state. So this falls within the number 1. And the state of South Sudan, because it is, as I said, I think this is an article I wrote about 11 years ago, where I defined it that what we have in Juba is dinkocracy. That's a Dinka system. Okay. So this Dinka system has the inability or unwillingness to protect any other citizen. Hence the killing of the Mali, hence the killing of the Lulbo, hence the killing of the Kuku, hence the killing of the Kakwa, hence the killing of the Cholo people, hence the killing of the Fertit, hence the killing of the Zando. No state with these failed characteristics can ensure that it survives. Characteristics number 2, tendency to regard themselves as beyond the reach of domestic or international law, and hence free to carry out aggression and violence. The young have shown that beyond doubt, the killing of people, they can kill at will with impunity. Okay. Domestically, they are killing people using the unknown gunmen, and the unknown gunmen, Paul Molong has said clearly, these are members of the military intelligence. They are killing people with the cattle herders. The cattle herders are also partly members of the South Sudan army. They are killing people using their own youth. Think of the Mathiang Anyor, they were all young kids who were recruited from Bogrial and Awil and were brought to cause mayhem in other parts of the country. So they do not have fear of law because they control the monopoly of violence. And this cannot make any person within the territory of South Sudan to submit to be a loyal citizen. Because why should one be a loyal citizen when the country is completely acting criminally? Internally, they are killing people, which is domestically. Externally, they are abducting Samuel Dom, abducting Late Idri, abducting people from outside, bringing them into the country to kill at will, with no fear of anything. So you can see these two characteristics clearly fit into the South Sudanese situation. Characteristic number 3, and it says, if they have democratic forms, they suffer from serious democratic deficit that deprives their formal democratic institutions of real substance. You see, because they are not democratic people, and they only think of themselves as tribe. And this reminds me of this video by Kivichuza, which says, the tribal people are the worst people. They can't be, and because the tribal people are not as civilized, they cannot think of a community, well-being of a community. They cannot think of a well-being of other people who is not part of their ethnicity. They are brutal. They are warrior-like people, and they feel they like to impose themselves. This is the nature of what the Jam has changed South Sudan into. Okay, and this lack of democratic deficit is because they completely ignore the constitution of the country, and they ignore law and order, and they have recruited themselves all to be the judges, to be the accusers, prosecutors, judges, and executioners. Any one Jenge has all these characteristics. He can kill you, he can decide to kill you, and there is no accountability, and kill system will not hold him to account. This is lack of democratic deficit. Okay? Now, our brothers and sisters, the young, need to look themselves in the mirror to see whether what they are doing is really what should happen in a state. You have got a state of 63 tribes. You cannot impose yourself violently on 12 million people. It has to be by negotiation. It has to be in a very civilized manner, because this happens in all states. Okay? If you don't look yourself in the mirror, you must remember this, you are a human being and you are not removed from the scope of humanity. And as people say, do unto others as you would be done by. This is a very important statement. You may feel powerful, you may feel you have the means of violence, but also that is not lasting forever and it won't stay forever. But worst of all, it can destroy this state that you want to impose yourself on. You will not be able to impose yourself as a superior person when each and every person begins, when this state begins to disintegrate and other communities begin to go away. Look at what's happening in Sudan. Sudan is likely to disintegrate further, although Sudan also looks forward to try to incorporate South Sudan. Okay, and you need to be honest to yourselves. Don't do the judgment, do it in your own hearts as individual and see whether really your behavior, your barbarity is something that you think can keep this state of South Sudan. As I say, I argue, you will not be able to keep South Sudan united, and South Sudan is likely to disintegrate if you continue with this horrible behavior. Okay, the behavior that you are doing and the things that, the behavior that you are exhibiting and the things that you are doing, you may not be aware, but it is delegitimizing South Sudan as a country. And that in itself is another factor of disintegration of South Sudan. Take, for example, the state. You've forgotten that this state has obligations domestically and internationally. The obligations of domestic that you have domestically, you have completely ignored them, which is the provision of services. You only serve the young, and not only the young, you serve the upper class and the middle class young, with the lower class left to die. Because I've seen videos of young people falling on the streets of Barghazal dead because they have no food. So your tribal government is not even able to protect young people themselves. But nevertheless, the reality is it's a tribal government, and it is your government. Okay? And so your failure to carry out your domestic obligations, you have covered it by mass violence and by trying to chase people out of the country. You've chased 4 million people out of the country, and you're trying to depopulate Equatoria and Chololan and Fertit lands and Zande land. But you forget one thing, that although you have doing this internationally, the young have failed internationally. Imagine, they have not paid their dues to the East African community. They have not paid their dues to African unity. And recently, I was reading something the day before yesterday, they have not paid their dues to the UN. Now they can't even vote in the UN. You are delegitimizing the country. You are kicking the country from the institutions that matter, that gives the state the semblance of what it should be called as a state. And yet, the so-called educated young are busy defending tribalism, defending care, and defending these useless policies of JCE, which obviously will not last, while the state is disintegrating. And I think I would agree to a certain extent with one of the previous speakers who says South Sudan is already disintegrating, because that's the reality. If you take your failure to meet obligations, you are already armed. So, can other states also disintegrate without violence? Yes. There are countries whereby there's no violence at all, but still policies of the government can lead into disintegration. I can give you some good examples. I live in United Kingdom. Now the Scots want to break away because they feel that they are not their views are not do not matter, and if they vote to separate, United Kingdom will disintegrate. It will be different. It will look like you would not see it with the map that it has. Again, the Barcelonian people in the Catalonia people in Spain, if they break, the map of Spain will change. Again, in countries in Africa, another country would be like Cameroon. If the Amazonia people break away, the map of Cameroon can change. So even in peaceful situations, countries, when they are not properly managed, they can disintegrate. And so we can see clearly that South Sudan is already on a trajectory of disintegration. But the question I ask is, can South Sudan be salvaged? Well, in life, yes, it can. It can still theoretically be salvaged. But how can it be salvaged? It will need, first of all, the young to understand that their action is pushing this country to disintegrate. And once they understand that, they need to join other political groups that are not led by young. Those political groups that actually propagate for the preservation of South Sudan, for creating a country that protects and serves everyone, so that the majority of South Sudanese, regardless of the tribe, when they buy in to policies that will keep South Sudan safe, South Sudan then can be salvaged. But if they continue the way they are now, with supporting Kir, with supporting JCE, with exercising extreme violence against the others, that's the sure way South Sudan is going to break. But we also have good examples of countries which could have broken, but they've made it. Rwanda is a good example. Rwanda was on the road to destruction, but they found a leader, just like what I have described now, a leader who has long sight and put in place policies that bringing people together. That salvaged Rwanda, but still there is something that needs to be done further, which I hope they do, because if ethnic difference, you cannot legislate language as a protector of the state. And I think this is where the thing in Rwanda is wrong. To say that people should not call themselves by their ethnicities, they should remove that from their identities. I don't think that will solve the problem. It could actually, in future, become the problem that actually disintegrates the country. This thing needs to be looked at in a mature way, holistically, with wrongs accepted and the right policies pursued. So, for me to conclude, South Sudan is on a very tough trajectory. South Sudan can disintegrate by the separatists becoming stronger and claiming the territories, their territories. And that's their right. If they become stronger and they claim the territory, nobody is to blame but the Jam for their policies of wanting to make themselves superior and for their policies of wanting to depopulate people and settle the land. This must be made very clear. The disintegration of South falls squarely on the Jam. Okay. 2, it can be salvaged by other South Sudanese who are able to muster good support kick the young out of power, institute a real state, functioning state, with everybody getting their right, just the Rwanda way, and South Sudan can be on a good road that can be pursued to build a better state. We cannot say that it will stop the feelings, but it needs to be practical by action. Okay, things like killing, things like the Arabs would say, "Fodal bi'amuluda, fodal dalo waqafo." بعدين كان الناس ممكن يبتدوا بحاجة جديد كويس برا ويبنوا. But otherwise, we are looking down the abyss. And so, as one of the previous speakers said, South Sudan is on the road to disintegration, and South Sudanese in general should not be blamed because the state has been hijacked. The state has been hijacked. The state has been hijacked, and the people who have hijacked the state are the JEM and JCE, and the people who have abused the machineries of the state are the JCE, and the people who have devalued the state of South Sudan are the JEM, because they reduced the functions and the instruments of the state and collapsed them into a JEM culture whereby they now gave themselves the right of violence in the state of South Sudan, having that right of violence with all the South Sudanese participating in that bigger structure of bringing a very good country. So the current trajectory of South Sudan going into disintegration is totally the responsibility of the JEM, and the JEM will be held responsible for that by the future generations. Thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity to express my views. Back to you, moderators. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Al-Haj. And I'll go ahead. There is a video that Brother Mujasif wants to play before we proceed of that Professor Wani Tombe. So, and
press play the recording, and then after that we'll come back. I have actually a question for Dr. Hakim, and then we'll go to Lolaco, and after Lolaco we'll open the hand raise button for anyone in the audience that wants to come up. And thank you guys for waiting patiently, those who wants to come up. Brother Mujasif, the mic is yours.
Yeah, thank you. If the sound is not so good, please let me know so that we cannot proceed otherwise. Okay.
I will let you know. So far, it's clear.
Okay, good. So before to go, I'm going to play the video what Professor Wani Tombe was telling to the South Sudanese. And I think this is very important to make a reflect. People, they should reflect about it and think about it. And also it's a warning for us right now in South Sudan. This is very important. And I'm going to play it right now, and then we go ahead. So if it's good, then let me know.
Has nothing to do with the difficulties that we human beings in the Sudan have created. Therefore, there is no need to attack the land. Let us attack our wrongful thinking, our wrongful political thinking. And I shall speak, as I mentioned earlier, in defense of why I think that the reasons put forward by many people.
Oh my God, I think I have to. Yeah.
In the north, as well as in southern Sudan, in defense of secession of southern Sudan from the rest of Sudan, to me, are very fallacious. That is, very falseful reasons, not very truthful reasons. First of all, there are so many benefits from our unity as a country. I think in the long term, we shall have efficient and effective use of our national resources. yes, in the short term, we have experienced difficulties, but we are moving towards the long term. And I strongly believe that we are going to have efficient and effective use of our national resources. And I also think that in the long term, we shall be able to have efficient and effective use of our various physical infrastructures in this country. Because if you look very carefully at the reasons why we went to so many civil wars, it's simply because of resources, infrastructures, and power. Number three, I think in the long term, there shall be political, social, economic, financial, cultural, security, and military stability in this country, because we are moving towards that. If you compare the period between 1956 up to 1972, and then you compare between 72 to 83, and you compare between 2005 and now, you shall be able to discover some periods of quietness. Because when we get tired of fighting and killing one another, we become very sober politically, and we resort to peace. So let us pursue this peaceful path. And I also think that there shall be more effective and beneficial use of our international relations and concomitant opportunities and resources for common good and prosperity. Because right now, while the political atmosphere in the Sudan is saturated with political emotions, we Sudanese political groups, parties, etc., tend to abuse international relations for group benefits, and this affects us negatively. I also think that in the long term, we shall be able to have peace. And I disagree with the previous speaker that to have peace in the Sudan, you have to break it up into pieces, because that shall only be a recipe for more instability in this country. And who are lawyers and who are very enlightened about this, the doctrine of uti possidetis, and this doctrine, you should revisit this. This doctrine is what is keeping the whole of African continent intact. If you undermine this doctrine of uti possidetis, that is revisiting international boundaries then you are setting a precedent. You are setting a precedent whereby all various ethnic groups in Africa shall claim for their own secession. Thank you.
اوكي في فيديو تاني، لكن قبل ما نمشي في الجزء الاخير انا بس داير اقول حاجه وبعدين ندي لسيستر بام for her to continue with the rest of my brothers, those who are up here. You see, that's why what I said before, South Sudanese, they are enemies for themselves. Why? Because sometimes when there is an issue that we talk about it and we put fingers for those who start making atrocities, killing people, making some problems in different areas, taking the land of others, carrying guns day and night and making a lot of chaos in the country. When we tell them, my brother and sister, you are the one who is doing that, people, they don't want to understand, and they start to react exactly like what Wanitombe was telling the South Sudanese at that time. but they don't really sit down and think what kind of wisdom that God gives to someone and start to give you some enlightenment. And it is a warning that time for all the South Sudanese to come down and recall, and they start to study, and they start really to put a very good strategic plan so that this country, what we are today in chaos, it should not be in chaos if people really listen. If the SPLA were listening carefully, I'm not going to go far, but sometimes this is our behavior. The behavior where we don't want to listen, the behavior where we don't want to come down and sit on the table and start to draw a row of map, where really we can see all ourselves inside. And this is what is happening right now, even in the opposition. When we see some of our brothers, when they come, they said they're oppositions. And when the opposition said that, let's make the things like that, they don't think that is the way how things should be resolved. They think in their useful thinking. That's why it is good sometimes to attack our useful thinking. That because sometimes we think really negatively. I'm not going to go far on that, but there is another video that I will play it later on when Sister Pam will finish with the rest of our speakers here, and also give chances for those who would like to come and give some opinion here and there. But I would like to say it very clear, and this is my own responsibility. It doesn't have any connection with any party that way I belong to. The problem of South Sudan, it is not only the system. The problem of South Sudan, I'm calling you really today, I'm going to say it very clear. The system is the problem for two things, according to my own understanding. If you like it or not, that's it. The system had a very big problem of leadership. One, it cannot lead this country in the way how everybody should see himself inside, because it cannot really put the rule of law in the country. This is one. Secondly, the system failed to make a strategic plan for this country. This is what I can see. This is two things. When we talk about the strategical issues, there is many things. كويس كان في في هنا في الامن في شنو الحاجات ده كل الحاجات الاستراتيجيه. لكن انا داير اكون بكل واضح الليله، اي زول يسمع الكلام ده بوضوح، انا ده مجازف ثابت لا انت او قاعد تقوله بوضوح، ما مسؤوليه بتاعت اي حزب او الحزب اللي انا بنتمي له، لكن داير اقول بوضوح الليله ده المشكله الكبيره اللي قاعد يحصل فوضى في داخل البلد ده في جنوب السودان ده دينكا، مجموعه من ابناء دينكا الموجودين المثقفين الغير مثقفين، كويس، مجموعه كبيره منهم. انا كان name it really 75% of my brothers of Denka are the problem of South Sudan. It is not only the system. Because why I'm saying this, it is not the system who is killing people now, for example, in Equatoria and in Chololand. They are the tribes of some of the Denkas, those who are going to kill people there. The land who have been taken from our brothers and sisters in different places, either in Upper Nile or Bahr al-Ghazal or in Equatoria, there are some of the Denkas that are doing this. The looting who is taking place in the country, it is some of our Denkas that are doing this. Ministers, those who have been looting all the time from day to night. Even Paul Molong was the one who took the keys and go and open the bank in the night. ده ما كلام واضح. الكلام ده بيقولوا بالحقيقة كده. دايرين ولا ما دايرين، المفروض الناس يخجلوا من الكلام ده. So that people, they should really change their behaviors. So that this country can take all of us. Otherwise, this country cannot go no more like this way. And people should be ashamed. You should be ashamed, really. الليلة ده أنا كنت أبواساوي ولا لا تكاوي. كل يوم ناس قاعدين يقول لي انتوا سبب. والله يا اخي والله المفروض نراجع نفوسنا والله. 75% of the Denkas, those who are intellectual, non-intellectuals, They are supporting even the killing who is taking place in South Sudan. If we talk today about that, there is killing going on, they will tell you come to Juba. And if you find him, who are Denkawi? ما في زول الليلة ده من باري ولا من شروق ولا من وين ما أعرف. لما أنا قاعد نتكلم في حقوق مشاكل بتاع حقوق الإنسان قاعد تقول لي مجازف تعال في جوبا تلقاه دنكاوي. يا الفوضى ده يجيف، يا الفوضى ده يوصل الناس إنه الناس بلد ده يتفقفق. أي زول شفتها زي ما قاعدين نقولوا الناس التانيين، أي زول يركب في الشجرة بتاعه، أي زول يكون عنده مسدس بتاعه سلاح بتاعه قاعد، and let's kill ourselves. If this is the way how this country should go. But finally, on this room, later on, I will come for some of the solutions. Thank you, Sister Pam.
Thank you, Brother Mujasef. I think I will go to Lolago actually, and then I will ask Dr. Hakim the question before I bring people up. So Lolago, welcome. We're happy to have you today. Today's topic is, could the Republic of South Sudan face disintegration? I'll pass the mic to you, and then you can give your presentation on that. Thank you. Brother Lolago, are you available? If you're speaking, FYI, your mic is off. And if you are having network issue, you can just leave the room and come back. That should fix the problem. But meanwhile, since Lolago, it seems like he's not ready, I'll just go ahead and ask Dr. Hakim a question. Dr. Hakim, my question to you is, when you're giving your presentation, you also refer to Dr. Carl Barker's book and the plan that the Jing has of creating the Dinka Nation, basically, which right now we know that they are actually working on the plan by displacing the people of Equatoria and some of the places in Upper Nile, like let's say the Shuluk land, by causing war and displacing citizens so that they will not be able to come back to those lands. My question to you also, when we're talking about this integration of South Sudan, do you think that if, let's say, Salva Kiir leaves South Sudan without appointing anyone to take his chair or to lead while he's going to seek medical attention, there's a possibility that there is going to be a fight between those who are power hungry. We've seen recently Paul Malone spoke in a video in John Court's show, and it's clear personally to me that he was advocating to the Jing community where he stands, basically because he wants to possibly become the next president as well. Do you think if the war starts in South Sudan where people are going to fight over the chair of the presidency, can it possibly be another way also for the Jing community to enforce their plan all along the JCE plan of taking over South Sudan to create a Dinka nation by using their militias that they have right now to attack tribes within South Sudan?
Thank you, Pam, for the question. I think there are two drivers. The first driver is that was so far since the sequence of malfunction in the country, starting 2013, 2015, 2016. And failure of agreements that have not been implemented, and the continuous attack on the state itself, like in terms of corruption, impunity, the violence that has been propagated across the country, which serves the interests of the Jing in terms of terrorizing other communities. This is the lever. This is the lever that they have, an earlier, which helps to propagate this Jeng state, to form this Jeng state. And يعني زي الأمر الواقع. This is الأمر الواقع. And when you are in this sort of position, it is not easy to think outside of the box, because now you are used to power, you are used to not being questioned, you are used to not be asked any questions, and it is just not conceivable that this system would be responsive to the needs of the people. So it might as well preserve and continue to persist, so that the plan goes that there will be collaborators in the region and in the international community based on bribes, based on sharing illicit funds, the proceeds of corruption and so on and so forth, to maintain this Jeng state. So if the fighting were to emerge, what would happen is that whoever wins this fight, if it's a fight among the Jeng themselves, whoever wins the fight will still go out of their way to try to pacify these other Jengs who have lost, so that
they preserve something, some residue of support to continue the state that they have. So ما حسي بيكون بقى في أمرين اللي هو اللي بيواجهه أنه are you contemplating to reverse this state and be disempowered? Because others do not want this state, and there can never be a compromise, there can never be acceptance of this state. So you either push this state down the throats of the unwilling majority of the people of South Sudan, you force it on them, or you roll back the Jeng state. But then Amrain. So, but they would not sacrifice their blood and fighting to win power and then give it away. Maybe, only maybe, if they want to save themselves. But if they are carrying on with the Jeng state, this fighting will just amplify and complicate the problem. So it means that there's going to be no resolution. We continue the state of the law, and they are now formed again over. One is reliant on the other, one is dependent on the other, and this mutual dependency helps to preserve continuity of this state in the north and also in South Sudan. It appears to me that whatever Salva Kiir departs, the scenario is that one group would probably win the succession of Salva Kiir and they become installed in power, and they will want to continue the state. And you can see that Paul Malong started to appeal to the Jeng, saying, no, the Jeng are the only people who can fix South Sudan. The Jeng are the only people who saved South Sudan. And that goes to echo and resonate with these, these assumptions that have been, pushed down our throats that we liberated South Sudan. It was the Jeng who paid the highest price, right? And they come to Equatoria and say, we have liberated you, right? But they have not liberated Equatoria. They have not liberated Bahr al-Ghazal. They have not liberated anybody. It was an agreement. And this agreement allowed the people of South Sudan to vote. But what they want to say is they want to rewrite history. The reason why they want to maintain themselves in power is to rewrite history.
impose themselves, and that is going to be the recipe for continuation of, instability in South Sudan for generations to come. So it's going to be a generational fight, and then they would hope that they would win because they have the resources, they have the monopoly of violence, they have the monopoly, the economic monopoly, the economic power. They have used the state that they are captured to serve their interests. So if Molong wants to come or wants to look at himself as one of the players, and that's what he's vying for, because he was saying he's very popular in the army. And of course, referring to how he formed the Matianganyor, the Dotko Benyi, how he preserved Salva Kiir in power. It's only these people who are around Salva Kiir who are bad, who do not want him. But, given the opportunity, he would still appeal to the Dinka. That the Dinka are the people who matter, who kept this state together, whether by a form of violence, whether by corruption, whether by hijacking the state. You are the people who really made this state to continue. To have a state in South Sudan in the very place, it's you who made it, not everybody else. So far, this is where Paul Molong is playing at. But then the other thing is this: that for us, the rest of world, the 63 tribes, like Al-Hajj was referring to, we have got to come to a realization that we have seen Dr. Carol Berger speak about these issues before we start to see it happening on the ground. And that is very prophetic, because she happened to interact with these leaders who are now in power, and she couldn't have been wrong. She could not have stated anything other than the truth that she gleaned from her discussions, from her research. And these are the same people who have always defended the Jane going to Equatoria, killing people, and they say nothing. They don't condemn it. They keep silent. The state itself keeps silent. And it's business as usual. We're left to appeal to a decree of Salva Kiir to remove these people and so on. But they of themselves, by themselves, they don't take the initiative, condemn what's going on. Because, like I said earlier on, the monopoly of violence is now a shared monopoly between the state itself and the Jain communities and the Nuer communities. The Jain communities, the Nuer communities, it's become unquestionable. You see, no one questions that, even if that violence is used to commit atrocities and to commit crimes, to massacre people. It is not questioned. No one questions that. You see, so having guns in the hands of this militia to go and kill people with impunity is not questioned by the government. It's not condemned by the government. And it's not condemned by the leaders of these communities. And Mujazir said earlier on that many of these generals have their own armies. Where are those armies? But they are the extension of the SPLA in the formations, in these formations of Jain cattle herders. They are part of the SPLA. You can see them also even wearing SPLA attire, you see, and they get their supplies from the SPLA. So Carol Berger couldn't have said anything more, you see, exactly as she said in her book. So the last point really is this, that as I can see, this disintegration is continuing. The Jain might consider that they still have the monopoly of violence and they will be able to maintain this. Anything that's maintained on falsehood is going to fall apart. Sooner or later, it's going to fall apart. It's just that I don't conceive of a situation or change, or just that the people in South Sudan will accept it, will accept the dominance of the Jain, will accept them to run the state the way they are running the state. No freedoms, no human rights, no respect for human rights, no questions asked, No one is held accountable, and so on and so forth. I don't think the vast majority of the people of South Sudan want to live under such a system, because it just holds us all hostage to what the Jeng want or their leaders want. And they are not brave enough to break away from this. There are pockets of resistance to that, maybe here and there, but still the framework is still in place. If you look at it, the framework, the system is still intact, is still in place. So let's wait. Let's hope that Salva Kiir falls out of power and is pressurized to step down, and then that will also give the opportunity now for the world, the region, to look at how is this going to be resolved, and possibly then more South Sudanese will now start to realize that the Jeng have taken power again. They have not, for example, even considered to maybe give opportunity for Waniga, even just as a scapegoat to maintain power, while Waniga, for example, will just play his role, the usual role of just running around, kneeling down here, shouting Babaja at that point, and so on, while the real power is in the hands of Jeng, and the system would be maintained intact. So that could be a scenario. But yeah, I think the reality is dawning on us very quickly. What's going to happen is that Salva Kiir, let's make the scenario that Salva Kiir is going to leave power. The Jeng will fight among themselves, and then it's just that now the monopoly of violence will probably start to take a different dimension, and this is where these other different social groups will now begin to realize that they've got to protect themselves. They have to preserve themselves. This country cannot just be created in this way and then hijacked by one particular ethnic community, and then business as usual. So disintegration will just amplify, will just be accelerated if there is a fight, and people have to be prepared. The warnings are written all over the world, and it's just for self-preservation. I think it is time for all these different social groups to really, work in an emergency mode. Your lives are at stake, and there's a book which was published by Haile Hansen talking about the people of South Sudan and their lives being at stake. And we have been going through all of these years, our lives being at stake. Look at, as many of us, intellectuals, technocrats, doctors, academics, and so on, you have no space to contribute and participate in the affairs of your country because there's no freedom of expression, because there is a known gunman. And for how long would you want to sustain this and simply hand over this problem to the next generation, to your own children, when they shouldn't be responsible for, correcting and remedying this state? It is us, it's our generation that should have done its work to ensure that there's a state in that country. But that not being the case, we have to consider the other options, and the options are there for the people. People have to really look at this seriously, and I want to appeal to Equatorians in particular, without prejudice to other South Sudanese. Equatorians can be a force for good, a force that is needed to influence developments and also to help preserve the security and peace of the people of Equatoria, because it should be in your hands, not in anybody's hands, regardless of who has the monopoly of violence at this point in time. But what's important is that today there is something called South Sudan because this government is in Equatoria. Equatoria here al is the host. Perhaps if this was somewhere else, there would never be anything like this. So there's a semblance of government in South Sudan because of Equatoria. But what's happening is that the Jane, and I have to say this very clearly, the Jane have borders only with Sudan. They don't have borders with any other country. That's why they signed these agreements, and they want to make sure that they have their borders open to Sudan. People are becoming, even in the region, people are beginning to see why the state is failing in South Sudan because of their behavior, their impunity, their corruption, which has put South Sudan on the spotlight. It is not that because South Sudan is a very good country or its government is legitimate and is doing the right things, it's a model that other countries can follow. No, not they are famous, and we're famous for corruption, for impunity, for killings, for violence that is going on in the country. That's what we are, that's how we advertise ourselves. And therefore, the Jinn have actually lost credibility in the region and also internationally. They have lost credibility. But what they want to do by imposing the state is that now, in the name of South Sudan, they have control over our borders. We in Equatoria, we have borders with Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda, Central Africa, and so on. They now want, in the name of South Sudan, control our borders. And we don't have part in doing, playing part in this. So they control our borders. They put their security in Nimule, in Nadapal, as if this country can only be protected by the Jane. You see? And we accept this as in the name of government, when there is actually no government. And these border posts are generating funds, like Mujazer said, to fund the armies of these generals in the SPLA. Because they're the ones who actually appoint these people. So they play the role of being politicians, security, and businessmen, all in their hands. So you can see, we have to make choices. Do we want to live under such a system in which you allow somebody now to become a gatekeeper for your own house? This is not a state. It just simply, it cannot be. Either we are all equal stakeholders or there is nothing. It can't be in between. And the only way forward is to assert your right to live in peace, in security, in being control of your own destiny. And then you can talk to others, because we have gone through experience now that we are not able and capable of putting together a state with all of this confusion going on, and with SPLM having guns in their hands. So we have to assert ourselves, and I think the international community will stand with us, because we can prove that Equatoria is peaceful, has always been peaceful, and has been the host to this government, so-called government of South Sudan, that has failed. But we're paying the price. We're being murdered, we're being massacred, and with impunity, no questions asked, because the monopoly of violence is now in the hands of, it's shared responsibility between the government and the Dinka militia and the Nuer militia.
My apologies,
So,
Dr.
yeah,
Hakim.
so I'll stop
Can you
here.
conclude? And I'll give you more chances later so that we can give the mic to Adalolaku. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Cheers. I hope I answered your question. If not, I'll come back to it later.
Okay, I think you answered it. So I'll go ahead and pass the mic to Brother Lolaku. Brother Lolaku, if your network is okay, you may go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you so much, Sister Pam, and all the moderators in the room. In the first place, I need to say Happy New Year to everyone here. It has been a while that we didn't share our opinions together. due to other commitments. And as we meet today, I'm also very sorry that I joined late because I was also taken away, and I came when most of the speakers here have aired their views. But it is very interesting to see this topic of disintegration if South Sudan will really face it. I think the integration of South Sudan, as it has been written, to my opinion and my suggestion, I would rather say South Sudan is already disintegrated. South Sudan at the moment is already disintegrated. If we go and look back in the previous 3 administrative areas, the regions, the Equatoria, the Bahar al-Ghazal, and the Upper Nile, they are not longer existing as they used to be. If we see the Bahar al-Ghazal itself, and we see the situations happening within Bahar al-Ghazal, there is no one who can still believe that that one is one region. Because people are now living according to their tribes. They are living according to their communities. If we go to Upper Nile, we can still see the same issues. The Murles are living as Murles. You go to Maban, they are living there as they themselves. The Dinkas, the Nuers, the Sholo. You come to Equatoria, people are living based on how they understand themselves, not as a nation. So this is why in my mind, with the eyewitness I've seen, I would rather say South Sudan is already disintegrated. And the disintegration in South Sudan is not a choice that is made by the people of South Sudan themselves, but the people of South Sudan are forced to disintegrate themselves with all that we are seeing in the country. When we see the level of corruption, when we see the level of human rights violation, we see the level of unemployment, underdevelopment, and the overflowing of guns that are controlled by specific communities, it gives ample reasons to at least every smaller state within South Sudan now thinking on how to create a solution for themselves. And the only solution, as every community in South Sudan have now, is to live by themselves, to disintegrate themselves as a way of seeking for peace. This is the bigger problem now we have. I picked some few opinions from some of the speakers here as I'm in the room. And I have to make it very clear and add on what they have said, truly that the system itself is a people. People can make the system good or bad. And if we see all that I've mentioned, problems that forced South Sudanese to disintegrate themselves, is the people who control the system. How they have exerted their tribal powers to oppress others and force them to think of what is the best solution for themselves to live as a people.
Because we all deserve rights to live the way I want, because we are all citizens. Everyone needs to live with the rights as he or she has fought for the country. But since the rights are now exercised by few and the individual communities, what is the option that the rest will be left with? Is to seek for the best solution for themselves. And this forceful integration that the people of South Sudan are in the verge of has to be put as a total blames and the failures to the government of South Sudan and the community that is controlling the government. The current examples that we need to act in is to see how government is exercising its powers in dividing the people of South Sudan. How government is arming specific groups of people to come and intimidate other communities. How other communities are made stronger than others by the government that claims to be for the nation. This is the clear indication that the people of South Sudan doesn't have intention to disintegrate themselves, but the people of South Sudan are forced to disintegrate themselves because of the situations they are facing. People are forced to live in one place like prisoners. If you go to Bahr al-Ghazal in Upper Nile, up to today you can still find that people are living in protection centers. You come to Equatoria, you find that Juba has become like a protection center for all the people who are living within Equatoria. Of course, the villages are under terror. And there are people who did not stay in town for a single day in their life. But now they are forced to live in the town. So with all these scenarios, what do you think the people have to do? Even the foolish people have become wise. They are thinking of the best solutions to their problems. Literally, we may say getting solutions or integration, disintegration should not be a solution to such problems. But these are opinions that everyone is making and is thinking of what next will come after my choice. Because there is no solution and there is no one who is willing to bring the solutions to the problems. In our communities, we have a very strong belief that the elders are always champions to bring solutions to the problems we have in the families. The parents has a power to silence issues that are almost breaking the families apart. But is that a solution in South Sudan? Is that a scenario in South Sudan? No. The parents, the elders are the cause of the problems themselves. The leaders who are leading the country, they become the elements of problems and disintegration of South Sudanese becomes a blame on them. Why do they arm specific communities? How can a government come openly opposing communities like they are opposing their military opponents. If they are not forcing people to think like they are not part of the country. So South Sudan is already disintegrated. Maybe the best thing people are waiting to know is what people always refer in international law, like the UN countries has to recognize the state. But the reality, South Sudan is broken into pieces. South Sudan is not longer a country at the moment. So it is upon the government, it is upon the communities that are destroying South Sudan to think about it. There are many of them here in the room. If they know still that they have a love for South Sudan, they must think twice and they withdraw their influence in disintegrating South Sudan or in calling the people to come back and review their thoughts about the disintegration. But the reality is people are fed up. And there is no one at the moment who has the capacity to tell South Sudanese that your choice is wrong. Because everyone is living by him or herself. There is no room, there is no place where people can unite as one body. There is no element that can unite the people of South Sudan. However, we still have, like for us who are not in the country, we still have a belief that we can unite ourselves and bring a change. But for those who are in the country, believe me, the country is fragmented. And the same pain also reached where we are. So to bring South Sudan depends on the country. But for those who are oppressed, the only chances they have, they are thinking of how to get a peaceful solution to their problems. Whether it is bitter or sweet, I think most of them are determined now. They are determined. Of course, many of us have regretted as to why we separated from Sudan, but they cleared the regret by having their own country, by having their own nationality, by having their own advantage of having their capital city, in which most of people in Southern Sudan might have not got chances to reach to Khartoum even up to today. But at least a generation of South Sudanese have seen the capital city. But the challenges that the people of South Sudan met on the way has given them a regret, like, why should we break from Sudan? And this regret and these situations will persist until people get solution into it. It is the same call. How much we integrate or how much we disintegrate, we still will have problems to experience. But as long as we have vision, I know the regret will be little. The regret will be very little. If the vision is put forward, the regret will be very little than the regret we have now from breaking from Sudan. So South Sudan is already fragmented, Pam, and all the listeners in the room. It rests upon the faith of those in power, those communities who are government themselves, who are using different mechanisms now, like the cows and the rest, to break South Sudan. It rests upon them to reunite the people of South Sudan, or else people of South Sudan think of their own solutions. And it is happening now. I don't want to go very long. I wanted to stop here, unless if there's anything someone may need to ask me, I will be there also to answer. But South Sudan is already disintegrated. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Lolaku. You have put it beautifully, and I love how you answered the question. Before I go to Brother Joseph, I'm gonna give Brother Mujasef the mic. I believe he have a comment that he wants to give. And also I will go ahead and open the hand raise button for anyone who wants to join up here. Brother Mujasef, go ahead.
No, I think you should continue with the people those who would like to come, because some they asked they can come in and give their own opinion as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then Brother Joseph, the mic is yours. You may go ahead. And then meanwhile, I'll open the hand raise button and then I'll bring people up.
Thank you, Sister Pan. I would like to start by greeting you, the audience, the moderators, and thanking you for giving me this opportunity, and as well as also greeting the audience in the gallery. I would also like to say that maybe throughout my contribution, I might repeat some of the words mentioned by some of the previous speakers, but please, I'm not trying to plagiarize. And I will, at the end, conclude by a message to Maulana Emmanuel Ajawin, who is down there. It's not a bad message, Maulana, but it's a message because based on your profession, but it's something that you guys need to do in regards to what is happening in South Sudan. I will mention about it later. To the topic, could the Republic of South Sudan face disintegration? Absolutely, although I disagree with the abbreviation SSD because I'm allergic to that. SSD, I would abbreviate South Sudan as SS because if you do your research, when they put the SSD, there is something behind that. I'm allergic to that. Absolutely, South Sudan will face disintegration. First of all, these are the reasons why South Sudan could face disintegration. The foundation of South Sudan at the beginning was not laid based on 64 plus tribes. The foundation of South Sudan was laid based on someone who has got a lot of family members and decided to build a house only with one bedroom and one small sitting room, thinking that he is the only one in that house, disregarding the other family members. And this goes back to the this foundation goes back to the what I call the JCE master plan that they came up with, which they also termed it as a Dinka development plan for 200 years, in which I believe in that meeting they did not ask themselves questions as to whether South Sudanese would accept that, or the rest of South Sudanese would accept that South Sudan foundation is laid based on what they think, because for sure South Sudanese, the rest of South Sudanese will not accept that. And they did not put the example of South Sudanese rejected being, marginalized by the Northerners. As such, South Sudan became an independent country, or South Sudanese decided to vote for an independent country. But I believe that was based on a certain ideology of we can do it. And if you read thoroughly their points, which was the outcome of that meeting, I think this is where it is. But as I said, absolutely South Sudan will disintegrate. Although, based on their plan, they are trying to use tribes against tribes. Sooner or later, these tribes will come to their senses that they're being used against their tribes. Simple examples is that our brothers, the Nuer, have forgotten what has been done to them, and they were able to allow themselves to be used to join who has done what to them against a minority group in South Sudan. But there will be a time that they will come to their senses and they will realize and say, no, we can't be used anymore. And when we come to the issue of intervention, when the president said that he will not intervene should people decide to fight among themselves, he will allow them to fight among themselves, kill themselves, and whoever is defeated will come to him and be quiet. And that was also based on the evidence that they have succeeded in disarming other ethnic groups and arming themselves. And that also comes to the evidence that he was saying to his own people, asking them whether they would allow their seat, which is not their seat, to be taken, and saying that some of the resources belong to the ethnic background or the ethnic group. However, in this intervention is still happening there. It's happening in South Sudan, and some of the examples I could give are the intervention that took place in Nimule. You all remember when some of the youth in Nimule reacted based on what those people were doing to them. There was intervention. And this intervention is normally one-sided. At the same time, you have seen what happened in Mangala. There was intervention when some of the youth also there reacted to the situation. So this intervention is there, but it is taken on one side. As also mentioned in the book of Clemens, that these people have said clearly that it's halal to kill an Andinka, and this has to be encouraged. So this intervention is there, but it is based on one side. If they are touched, they intervene. If other ethnic group are touched, they pretend as if they don't even exist on earth. So this is there. And of course, they try to, as I said earlier, they try to confuse communities to kill each other. And this, one example was what happened in Kapoita, how they try to arm one part against another. And they also tried through Elia Lomuro in Equatoria, where Elia Lomuro formed militias to fight, and so forth. In Maban area, it's happened. In the Cholo Kingdom, it has happened. And many others. So this disintegration would happen because people will come to their senses. that they're being deceived by their own politicians who are in the government as puppets. And my last message is to Brother Emmanuel and some of the lawyers in the room who have got the heart to the people of South Sudan. Brother Emmanuel, I know that there is corruption everywhere. Even the UN has got corrupt officials. But at least if they are known, they will be subjected to the law. Now, the selling of human beings in South Sudan is happening. If there's any way that you guys can get some evidence, I believe you should not let these people get away with all this, because I'm sure there are UN peacekeepers in Jonglei State. Why are they keeping quiet while there is slavery happening? People are being sold. So this is a part of the role that you guys, if you've got evidence, need to come up with. Anything that this government is trying to do. I know if it's to do with our neighbors, of course, they use the money to bribe them. But if they do to the international organizations, of course, if they are known, they will be subjected to the law. So this is the part that you need to take, because you've got a lot of friends and colleagues in many parts of the world that can hear you telling them what is happening. So do your part, my brother. I know how busy you are, but if you get the evidence, don't keep quiet. This is all I can contribute for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Joseph. I also will...
just Pam, sorry to interrupt. I think there's somebody who wrote in the message there that Mr. Joseph is saying that, or describing other people who are non-Dinka as minority. That this is not right. Can you challenge him on that? Is that what he said? Thank you.
Well, Dr. Hakim, thank you. I would say that there are selective listeners in every group, and this is one of the selective listeners, because he has closed his ears to listen to the good part of what I said, and he just wants to listen to the part that he's concerned about. Because I didn't mention anything in regards to majority here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brother Joseph. We'll just move ahead and go to Brother Robert. Robert, the mic is yours. Mr. Robert Ohide, I see your mic is glitching. If you can't, oh, it's open. You may go ahead.
Thank you so much, moderators, Pam and Brother Mujaz, and the rest also around the podium. I'm really so glad to join this conversation or debate, because we are addressing a very tangible situation in which we have all realized that the situation is not changing anytime soon. I have been here for a while, if not hours, and the message I deduced from our academicians, like Dr. Hakim Dari and Dr. Al-Haj, is a repeated audible message that the oppressed innocent population of Equatoria has to take an action. And of course, we are still not convinced by the message of these intellectuals who are educating us day and night. And they have been called names almost all over South Sudan. We should actually start thinking now, based on their speeches, that there's nobody else who will come and actually explain to us exactly what are we facing and what we should do as Equatorians. When it comes to whether South Sudan will disintegrate, most of you and I are quite certain that South Sudan will definitely have zero cohesion, because the sweet Equatoria has been targeted by the enemies, the common enemies of Equatoria. As usual. All the attention and the realization that the failed South Sudan will disintegrate is thoroughly narrowed into Equatoria. As our speakers have actually articulated it clearly, that without Equatoria, there will be nothing called South Sudan. What baffles me here is the fact that we've been hearing this message all the time. But when are we going to really rally around our leaders so that we realize our dream that our leaders are talking about? I started even to question myself that, okay, some people are actually assuming that, South Sudan has been cursed. And I wanted to reflect also the same ideology to ourselves in a form of a question. Have we, the Equatorians, Equatorial leaders, been also cursed? If we are not cursed, or if we think that, maybe we have been cursed by our former leaders who really explained to us what Equatoria is all about, but we fail to follow their words. We heard actually the speech of Lado Tombe, of Wani Tombe. We just need to come back to our conscience that are we also expecting to also be in the history tomorrow, whereby people will be listening to our speeches, nice speeches, well-articulated speeches, like other people who have been murdered, who have been assassinated, like those of Wani Tombe. So what I'm thinking about here is, or are actually our former leaders, like those of Gajo Kurnyang Lopai, those of Elia Basuru, are they really happy with us? I think that, they're not happy with us because they have left actually a very clear message to all of us. But to my surprise, we are not able to walk their speeches. To cut the long story short, I am so frustrated, so upset today because our leaders are not able to come together and say, let us forget all these things that we're dreaming about. Let's talk to each other. Let us not allow ourselves to be used like gums. We have been used enough. Let us focus on our people in Equatoria so that we liberated them from the mayhem in South Sudan. I'm urging all our leaders, at least, to start thinking about it. It is not about the position, and I do understand clearly that you, our leaders, are not focusing on positions. But redirect your thinking to what matters the most, Equatorial. Because if you allow yourself to be divided, used, you will continue to live in an imaginary Equatorial. Then all your speeches will be history. Please talk to each other. Let us encourage our young people. Let us pull ourselves together so that we face this deadly, destructive government that is against us, Equatorians. Thank you so much. And I really, really wanted to see into it that, my brother, Dr. Hakim Dari, and my brother, Al-Haj, Dr. Al-Haj, please, let us not be like other people who are looking actually at their bellies and their tribes. I do understand when we are a region that we have common norms, common values, and that is what defines us as Equatorians. Nobody else. And we're proud to be called Equatorians. Thank you, Mr. Mujahid. Thank you, Pam, and all the moderators. And I'll be here for a while. Maybe I will also interact with other people later. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. I will go ahead and pass the mic right straight to Southern. If he or Brother Joseph, do you have anything to add before I go to Southern?
No, you can go to him, and I will play later on when you finish with these people the last message of the video of lay Professor Wanitombe. Yeah.
Okay. Southern Nation, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Sister Pam. I will stick to the topic. Could the Republic of South Sudan face disintegration? All we always do is to feed ourselves with the facts. Some people come with their own propaganda, but some people always stand to feed their brothers and sisters with the truth. To myself, South Sudan has been disintegrated practically in some parts of our country. In some country, it's still South Sudan. And I wish all my brothers that are listening and my sisters that are listening will also will answer or will respond to what I'm going to say. South Sudan, there are areas, if you go there as a minority, you will not leave. You will not leave. You will die. But there are some parts of our country, if you go as a minority, you will still live there. Even though there is segregation, even though there is, misconception, you will still live. Nobody will take your life off in this world. So we need, to my point, I believe there are some places, practically, there is suppression because minority will never live there unless you got numbers to live there. So I believe there is, but when it comes political, for us to disintegrate into countries, it could happen, but what I think is not healthy for us, never healthy, because the country, like South Sudan, be disintegrated. Into which point? There are people who think they got a very proper demarcation to their land, and they can call themselves a country, it's up to them. But there are some areas that the demarcation as South Sudan is a proper demarcation. So I believe, and I don't believe, officially there is no disintegration, but there is disintegration. People are not together, because if you move to the east and you get killed because you are a minority, that means people don't accept themselves. If you move to the west of the country and then you get killed because you are a minority, that already it means disintegration. If you move to the south, up to the Nimule, you go to Ye or Nimule, and you get killed because of that, because you don't belong to that area, that already means disintegration. But politically, it's not done. So I don't believe in our country being fractured into pieces. I don't believe in it. To be honest with you, don't believe in it. But I will allow other sisters and brothers to talk. Thank you.
Mr. Nation, Southern, I have a question for you. You kept referring to, it's actually a question from my audience, that can you define what you meant by minority and majority? Because you kept using those terms over and over. And my next question to you also, you kept saying that there is places in South Sudan that people can live there, and there's places where if you are a minority, you cannot stay there unless you are a majority. Can you please elaborate more? What do you mean by that? And what places that you cannot live if you are a minority? Only you can live there if you are a majority. So, and how did you come up with those conclusions? Thank you.
Thank you, sister. I won't be too specific about this thing, but what I would say is, because it seems like two questions, but it's one question. Being a minority, I'm referring to individuals of the same background, moving or migrating to certain places in the south, and wherever or which town they move.
I'm sorry, before you continue, my apologies. أنت قاعد تتكلم بالغصب, so I want you, can you say, let's say for example, if I'm saying minority is people from certain region, let's say for example, who are they? And like define who are the minorities to you and who are the majorities, because you keep saying individuals from certain places. But you are not, the whole point of they wanted to know is who are the minorities and who are the majorities, so that we can clearly understand what you are trying to articulate.
Thank you. According to my topic, according to my point, majority is the people that migrate. Whether you're majority in your area, but the number of people that migrate to a certain area, like for example, if somebody moved to Bantu, you are a York or you are Dinka, and then you are minority there in Bantu town. If you know Bantu Unity State, you could be subjected to violence. If you move to Yambio and you are from Nuer and you are minority there, then you will be subjected to mistreatment. And then if you move to Bota and you are from Kojikeji as Kuku or any other tribe around there, then you become minority in that time, then you're subjected to mistreatment. This is what I was referring to. It's not about tribal, which tribe is big or which tribe is large. No. So if I answer you, then that's fine. Thank you.
So what I'm getting, okay, Brother Mujassir, you may go ahead. I've seen you open your mic.
No, you go first.
No, what I was just gonna say, what I'm getting from you. So when you are saying minority or majority, you are talking about one tribe moving, a group of people moving from one state or a tribe to from one state to another state. They would be called a minority. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, could be. You know, sister, the state is comprised of many tribes. If you go back, because we are cultural people, South Sudanese are cultural people. So if you talk about the state, for example, if you talk about Bahar Mizar, there's so many tribes. If you talk about Equatoria, there's so many tribes, and then Apanal, there's so many, and so it's not a movement from one state. It could be a movement from one state, but I would rather say it's a movement by certain speaking group to move, like Barry Speaker, they move to Owerri County, or the people from Bor speaking the language, they move to Mundari or Pajulu or Barry Speaker area, or like that. But the issue, I just want to relate. I want to relate my point to the question that could the Republic of South Sudan face disintegration? That's why I said yes. Practically, in some areas, it is already operating. But disintegration, is an English term. It's an English term. But when you disintegrate, what do you do? What do you do? This is a question. So that's why I said before, that's why I said we are practically in some region disintegrated, but we are not politically disintegrated, but we are practically disintegrated, because the treatment that happened, it could happen to you in America, like as we black, in Australia, in Canada, in Kenya, in Uganda. People could be treated exactly the same way you could be treated in a different province of South Sudan as a South Sudan. So that means politically it's not allowed. We are still a country. But in fact, practically it is already existing. So if I didn't answer you properly, then that's fine. I'm just sharing my ideas with you. Thank you.
Thank you. You did not really answer my question, but it's okay. I will leave it here. I'll pass the mic to Brother Mujassif. I believe he has a question or a comment. Brother Mujassif, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think I will ask our brother, and it is not an insult, but I think you are mixing yourself ups and down, and you try to find out the door where you can escape some things according to your own belief and understanding. but in the same time, you are hiding some things inside your stomach, and that one, it will make you to feel pain. This is what I would like to tell you. This is very clear, but it's not an insult, but this is the truth. I think when you talk about disintegration and you talk about majority and minority or whatever it is, I think your calculation, either you go in mathematics, and I think Dr. Hakim is one of the best of those teachers on that, you are totally failed by defining majority and minority. When you talk about majority, you have to know that 50 plus 1, that is what we mean. But that is not existing in South Sudan, by the way. If I take it very clear about Denka are not majority in South Sudan. And there is no any tribe in South Sudan that they can call it minority, by the way. You have to calculate very good your equations in mathematics. This is first. And then by mentioning, I don't know, a certain group of people where they can go somewhere and you define them as individuals, I think you lost capability of your philosophy of policy of politics, either in South Sudan or everywhere. And also by mentioning we are Black people in some countries where we are living right now, in Australia or wherever it is, I think you mix up your philosophy. This is what I would like to tell you very clear. So this kind of belief and this kind of misusing information and trying to find out and some excuse because of targeting some people in some areas because they go there to live and then they will be targeted, that it will be an excuse to find a way that this is the way how people are living. I think you are misused your own information by building a country where we want every South Sudanese should live in peace and harmony, and the rule of law it should be valid and should be given to any single person that who is violating any human right. And I think this kind of belief and behavior that, like, it's not an insult, by the way, I have to educate you in some points here. That is what this country in South Sudan, we are in chaos. We are in chaos because of this kind of useful thinking. And I'm going to put exactly what Dr. Wanitombe was talking to all the South Sudanese before. We have some of our useful thinking. We want to put it practically on the ground, and then that thing is going to attack the way of living and the way how we see ourselves, that, you know, we came from different tribes. We have been given as a gift to live on that country. And then some of them, they'll think that, oh, a certain group of their majority, a certain group that are minority, or if they go there, I don't know, they will be attacked or whatever it is. That is a very idiot thing called, useful thinking. Thank you very much. And it's not an insult, but you have to think about it. That is kind of policy what we don't like in South Sudan. And that kind of policy, what really Paul Malone was mentioning 1 week ago. And that cannot help South Sudan to go further. That's why we try to find out the solution in this country, that nobody should come and say that, wallahi ma arif nas kwa kwa del mashu gal fi rumbe gal katolo ashanu kwa wala ma arif wahed masha min denka huwa masha fi torid yamshi yaqtulu gal ashanu denka. This is what we don't like to hear. And there is no excuse for that, by the way, my brother. If you give an excuse because a certain person has been killed there because he is coming from a certain tribe, because he's minority, like what you already define your own philosophical misuse information, then that is totally cannot bring us in the country where we are dreaming to be a country. Everybody should see himself there. That's why everybody should find his tree and will claim his tree and will be on that tree. Thank you very much, Sister Pam. And I think you bring some people up, but I was thinking to play the last remarks of our lay but otherwise you can go ahead. We can do it later. Thank you.
Can I say something or another bogey?
Hold on, Southern, hold on a second. Brother Mujastif, you can hold, let Sabata give his 2 cents and then you can play and then we'll continue. But I just wanted to say this, based on my understanding of the logic that Southern is using, if you move to one place and you become a minority, so I guess in his logic, Dinka are the minority. Wouldn't that put them the minority? Anyways, I leave it at that. Sabata, the mic is yours.
Moderators, can I just request you to give me 2 minutes and then I go? Because I'm going to work.
You just came up, so please just be patient. Thank you.
I
Sabata,
say I'm going to work, and I'm asked to work.
It's okay. Kala CPI Kedewodi, even I'm one of the moderators here. I will make an interjection later. Thank you.
Go ahead, CPI.
But CPI, wait. If you come, you have to ask, باحترام. No. It تجي تقول please can I have a chance because there is some people here. فوضى بتاع SPLM القاعد تحصل في South Sudan cannot work here.
ما أنا أقول please في please أنا اللغة تبرا.
Okay, thank you.
ما أنا أقول please.
CPI. Please continue. Just give your 2 cents.
English is a big muscle. As I enter French. Anyway, it's okay. Shukran Tabun. South Sudan is not a cup of tea. Could the Republic of South Sudan face disintegration? First and foremost, I just want to say hi to everybody, the moderators from the colonial South Sudan, Al-Junub al-Mustamir, والكل مواطنين في Equatorial separatists and our citizens from the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria fighting totally for independent Equatoria. I'm proud of this is General Charles Peterson, the chairman and commander-in-chief of Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice Movement. We are a separatist movement. We are not a nationalist. I salute all our separatists here. Mujasif, as the co-host of this room, the colonial South Sudan, like other people, other speakers, has already stated that it is already has disintegrated. البلد كسر خلاص. ما في وحدة، ما في مساواة في البلد. We are not one. We have never been one. Since South Sudan became an independent country, the colonial South Sudan became an independent country, we have never been one. We have been divided on tribal basis. And not even on tribal basis. There has been some tribes that has not been acknowledged, yet their contribution in the liberation struggle more than the majority, more than the so-called majority tribes and those who are now claiming to be the liberators of this country. Equatorial participation in the liberation struggle is more than anybody, more than the Nuer, more than the Dinka, more than anybody. But because the Equatorial leadership who participated and who are leading in the liberation struggle are not talking because of fear for themselves, for their lives, fear for their families, fear for their clans, fear for their tribes. They are not able to educate the so-called colonial South Sudan regime and the Dinka regime, the Dinka kingdom, Fijuba. The misinformation and the mishistory that has been articulated on the clubhouse and social media is coming because of this. Equatorians, what do you need? We don't want regionalism. We don't want confederation. We don't want a kokora. We don't want a federal system. We need only Equatorial independence. We in the Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice movement, we are not a nationalist movement. We are a separatist movement. We are a separatist movement. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Continue.
Yes. Yeah, someone just called. We are separatist movement. We are not fighting for any ideology that will put our people back to slavery. We are now a slave in Equatorial region. We have been fighting about the cows and the people, the Dinka Bor and others. The video circulating 3 days ago showing Dinka, Demakativina Dinka Bor. I always tell you that we are not fighting only Dinka Bor. Ism Dinka da, Ism Barhazal da, Ism Apanai are the people that are colonizing us, are the people that we are fighting. Equatoria belongs to Equatorians. Equatoria does not belong to Dinka Bor cows, it does not belong to Apanai, it does not belong to Barhazal. We Equatorians are capable of liberating ourselves and standing for the principles that will let us free. We cannot be and will not be used as usual. Yakwana Chief Laduro Lake said this. Fizamata meeting in 1947. He said, what is very important is my life and my stomach. Loana Jan and Branding Mazola Saban Chief. And Father Saturnino would say that there will be a time when the Southerners will decide to either to be unionists or to separate. And when they decided to separate, they will achieve that objective. And it happened in 2011. We Equatorians have suffered from 1947, coming to the 1972 Addis Ababa Agreement in March, coming to the 19 when the High Executive Council leadership came in power, either from Lagu or from Abelaner, we Equatorians continue to suffer. When we joined the SPLA, we continue to suffer under the SPLA, and Nehna leaders that come to Gani Yakwana Kalamda will come and solve it. Minna Kumdekulu, Mahuzo be after Yom Sito Shirin, you write it down. Yom Sito Shirin, Sarhamsa, 1991. The biggest educated battalion in the history of the SPLA. They can Katai Equatoria. Vizamadak Dekanana Dar Musai. I was a regimental sergeant major at the age of 21. At the age of 21, at Musai. And because Indians Teletin, Nafar min Dinka, Jabu min Barhazal, Aloma kan min Jabu min as Awin. Lakin more than 1,000 Equatorians. Iyal Fitalogin, Tizatash Erminu, Seret. Matabal fi Medan. Sabah, ana kedi mutamam. This is in the history. Finance leaders in the SPLM or finance maana kan fi Medan. Muke bias makalam de. They will dispute. That is a madakala suker. Why do shirin sana? Gadamtal ajere tamam. Watamam ke dimule gadet morhum gadet mat. He is one of our commanders kan fi SPLM. When I was SPLM ayo. Wazamadakan mulazamawel ferias tagarak. And kan fi kidiopo. Abuta nas Kennedy da won kan fi sunu Africa, Baba Africa, kan yakai Sitakiriopo Military Training Center. Well, William Kong was in charge, Morhum William Kong. So, Nehna, badana gedi mutamambe, galnaze, Nehne Kotor der no moredu. Adagwina means a tamania Sabah, Lahadi Sahamsa. They torture us, including Yaba Janata Laudula Lake, Ismo Robert Hubbard, Hubbard Ajere, Laduro Lake. He was 72 years. Those of Jacob Atawa, those of Dr. Festo Kumba, those of Stephen Lemi, a lot of us, seniors, Anakan Sakhasahay, the way those of Lamolong, Ajere, Milokoya, we are tortured to the maximum. From 8 a.m. in the morning to 5 p.m. in the morning. Zama just Sibuna, Yanina Kulu Adako Kor,
dakwina fi Ramola ina kala so Ramola dakwina fi hotel ta sheria ta torit makobeta ina inta. The torture was very painful to our leaders. Those of Mamur, those of Waniga were not happy. They raised this issue to John Garang. And John Garang got this thing cannot repeat again. Nahن Equatorians, we suffer a lot for Iden Tanazil. Mustamirin fita Apanal, Mustamirin fita Baragazal. But because we don't know the history, because we don't know how to engage them, we don't know how to counteract them, that's why we have a problem today. So disintegration with our Junuba Sudan and Mustamir has already done. Do we need to unite with somebody who will go to Rajil, Gal Rajil, Nita go to Marataki, or Rajil Binuma Marataki? If you give them Taki, Moma Taki. It's a real game, my soul, Zol Bijum Bagarabaco, Dura Fitak, a Serif Fitak, Yata Gain, Itabakul win, over Apple Brahali for Badin Lebel, wait Tabakul Sunu, Batalata Sur. Nihnaga, Equatorial Bakul fi Yaserif, Binakul Fidura, Binakul fi Simpson, Binakul fi Full, Binakul Kul fi Kuldra, fi Lubia, Lubiga Bagarakul Ajid, Itatakul win. You get to live Mazol the Biakula Benar Zada. You want to live with him in the same leadership? Albagade Tumtimu. Nehnaka Equatorial separatists, Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice Movement. We are not for any confederation. We are not for any federal system. We are not for anything that can keep us with the Upper Nile and Barghazal together. We are for total independence of Equatoria. Shukran takon Robin Ebari Kutumia Justice.
Thank you, CPI. And since you said you are going to work, I will just go ahead and put you down so that we don't cause any disturbance. And then Sabata, you may go ahead and give your introduction that you wanted to give earlier. Thanks. Brother Sabata, are you there? Okay, Brother Mujasir, if Sabata is not available, go ahead and play the video of Wani Tombe.
Yeah, I don't know. Brother Sabata, you're not there. All right. So, first of all, I would like to apologize for what happened. Charles, I did not hear him saying that, please, because there's some people also that are here, so that we have to keep the line. But anyway, my apology for all the audience down, those who are listening. It is not our type, but sometimes it's the blood pressure. It happens when people, they don't want to follow the rule. So Charles now is down and he said he's going at work, but there are some people, so somebody is coming up already, Sister Pam, but do you think, let me play it? Okay, it's just, I think, between 10 to 12 minutes. Yeah. So let me just put it to hear from Wanitombe, lay professor, and then from there we can work, but I'm trying my best. Yeah. Okay. Right now I'm going to play the video, and we are going to listen more and be attentive about what he's saying exactly.
As well as of session, to me, are very fallacious. That is, very forceful reasons, not very truthful reasons. First of all, there are so many benefits from our unity as a country. I think in the long term, we shall have efficient and effective use of our national resources. Yes, in the short term, we have experienced difficulties, but we are moving towards the long term, and I strongly believe that we are going to have efficient and effective use of our national resources. And I also think that in the long term, we shall be able to have efficient and effective use of our various physical infrastructures in this country. Because if you look very carefully at the reasons why we went to so many civil wars, it's simply because of resources, infrastructures, and power. Number three, I think in the long term, there shall be political, social, economic, financial, cultural, security, and military stability in this country, because we are moving towards that. If you compare the period between 1956 up to 1972, and then you compare between 72 to 83, and you compare between 2005 and now, you shall be able to discover some periods of quietness. Because when we get tired of fighting and killing one another, we become very sober politically, and we resort to peace. So let us pursue this peaceful path. And I also think that there shall be more effective and beneficial use of our international relations and concomitant opportunities and resources for common good and prosperity. Because right now, while the political atmosphere in the Sudan is saturated with political emotions, we Sudanese political groups, parties, etc., tend to abuse international relations for group benefits. And this affects us negatively. I also think that in the long term, we shall be able to have peace. And I disagree with the previous speaker that to have peace in the Sudan, you have to break it up into pieces, because that shall only be a recipe for more instability in this country. And it's a reason devoid of human logic, because there are so many people who think that the Southern Sudan has not benefited during the last 5 years from the entry period. Therefore, this justifies the secession of Southern Sudan. It is wrongful. Why? Because if you scientifically and critically analyze the various variables of underdevelopment in the Southern Sudan, you will discover that many, in fact, more than 90% of these variables are embedded in causes outside political causes, at most. And you cannot, for God's sake, aspire to erase these variables of underdevelopment, which has taken centuries to accumulate in just 5 years. And once you fail to do that in 5 years, you want to break away, for instance. It doesn't solve it, because you'll be faced with reality that you can't erase that. There is a very strong argument which was mentioned earlier on, that the Southern Sudanese ought to break away so that they benefit from the 100% oil revenue. If you look critically at what has happened during the last 5 years in terms of the 50%, you will discover that the Southern Sudanese have not benefited from the 50% that they got already. And this is not due to the fact that the Northern Sudanese have interfered with the benefits of these revenues, and therefore, because they interfered, you want to break away so that you benefit from the from wholesale 100%. I'm saying this so that we discover rightful reasons for secession, not reasons based on these political emotions, reasons based on misleading information. So the voter in Southern Sudan must be protected from misleading political politicization of wrongful conduct as political facts. In fact, it is the rulers in Southern Sudan who have abused, misused, and squandered the 50% oil revenue that went to the Southern Sudanese, not the Northern Sudanese. And this, the people of Southern Sudan must understand, so that they decide properly whether really they want to vote for secession because they haven't benefited from the 50% oil revenue or not. Number 6, the notion of first-class citizenship is a mere politicization of factors of cognitive psychology of the Southern Sudanese. That is, you attack the psychology of a basic innocent human person. You politicize the psychology of this person, and you produce a third-class citizen from this person. And this is a very dangerous politicization of these psychological factors within the communities of Southern Sudan. Therefore, there is a legal right to explain these facts to the people of Southern Sudan before they went for voting. That it is not true that they are third-class citizens, because this exists in the psychology. You can be any class of citizen if you want psychologically. Number 7, the people of Southern Sudan at the moment are suffering an unprecedented degree of deprivation of all types of freedoms and rights, even the right to life. If you analyze the facts on the ground in the Southern Sudan during the last 5 years, you will discover that rights and freedoms are being abused or denied people, even the right to life. And this is not being denied these particular victims by the Northern Sudanese. And this must be made very clear to protect the voters in the Southern Sudan, that there are reasons, because if they're going to vote for secession, they must know the reasons why there is so much deprivation of rights and freedoms, not because of Northern Sudan, because they will discover that it is not the Northern Sudanese, and therefore they will resort to more violence. In fact, the Southern Sudan is now rocked to the core by fractious tribal killings. Tribal groups kill themselves on sight. You don't kill yourself on sight because you want to secede. There must be some more causes. Therefore, this must be addressed, because if it is not addressed, it will never help in a seceded Southern Sudan. So the voters in Southern Sudan must be made to understand. In fact, I strongly believe that the greatest enemies to the people of Southern Sudan are the Southern Sudanese themselves. The Southern Sudan is proving ungovernable due to tribalism, nepotism, and factors of ethnicity. These dangerous variables have entrenched the culture of bigotry in the Southern Sudan. And this culture of bigotry is saturated in racism and fascism. And this cannot help any claim for a future independent country. Therefore, I would rather go very quickly then to what I believe are going to be comprehensive consequences of a seceded Southern Sudan. First, I strongly believe that, and I strongly believe this because there are proofs, there are tangible facts that point to the fact that the Southern Sudan shall disintegrate into tribal states. It is also possible that some parts of Southern Sudan shall peacefully or violently demand for unity with the rest of the remaining Sudan because of factors which exist currently in the Southern Sudan. Number 3, the Southern Sudan shall become a classical failed economy worse than Haiti, because as an economist, I have analyzed so many variables which point to this political instability. Also, the Southern Sudan shall become very violent because of presence of tribal armies, and you cannot control tribal armies in a constituted state, however you define that state. If a state is characterized by unruly tribal armies, then you can't really exist as a viable international community. I mean, as a viable part of international community, as a state. Therefore, the Southern Sudan shall become ungovernable. In fact, the most serious consequences, and I would like to enlighten the previous speaker that the international borders that shall exist between the Southern Sudan and the Northern Sudan shall become the most volatile international borders in the whole world. Whether we like it or not, we shall see that shall happen, because all the various variables of instability in terms of these extended borders are there. And this must be taken into serious consideration. It is not going to affect the Southern Sudan alone. It is going to affect the whole Sudan. In fact, the Southern Sudan shall become a magnet for international mercenaries. Not only that, the Southern Sudan shall also become a dangerous magnet for international money laundering. The Southern Sudan shall become a magnet for international espionage and spy games with dangerous consequences for the whole of African continent. The Southern Sudan shall become a threat to international peace and security due to its inability to govern itself. The Southern Sudan shall become a dangerous source of instability for Eastern and Central Africa and countries like Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, Eritrea, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Chad, and others. These countries shall never see peace again. Number 14, finally, number 14, number 14, finally, sir, number 14, and this is the most dangerous of all, at law, for those of you who are lawyers,
شفت الفوضى بتاع جنوبين. يعني زول عنده حكمة داير يقول للناس الكلام، حتى كلامه الأخير أبو يخلوه يقولوا. شفت؟ And I'm really very great to hear all what he said. حاجات اللي هو قالوا ده كله الآن موجود في جنوب السودان. خلي زول يجي. Let somebody to come and challenge me, come here. تيجي تقول لي كلام ده ما حاصل. كلامه نمرة 14 ده ذاته هو خطاه في قلبه لما هو مات فوقه وقتلوه عشان الخطاب بتاعه ده. And the time will come on that. شفت أنا قاعد أوريكم بصراحة. And I'm responsible about this. I have a lot of evidence that Wanitombe have been killed. شفت قتلوه بطريقة بارد جدا والناس القتلوا ديل يادل قاعدين في حكم واسمائهم موجودين. لكن the time will come لما البلد ده يكون فوقه قانون ناس ديل will be in book, and we have evidence for that. Thank you. Sister Pam, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mujata. Before I pass the mic, actually, before Uncle, there is James. But before I pass the mic to James, I just wanted to say to those on stage and those who are coming up, please make sure that you focus on topic. This room is not to speak about self-awareness or what we have done in the past or all this stuff. Let's speak on the topic. So James, go ahead. The mic is yours. The topic of today. Oh, Brother Sabata, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, I earlier. Clubhouse had to update itself, so it kind of took me off.
Okay, but no problem. Go ahead, the mic is yours. James, just bear with us. Go ahead, Sabata.
No problem.
Yeah. Now, I would just leave the interjection that I was going to do earlier because so much has been said now. I would want to now make just a comment on what the late Dr. Wanitombe has said when he said that there are some problems that we are facing as a society in South Sudan that are outside actually political causes. And these ones are very interesting. And I want to say something about it because I've always said that we are having actually cultural problems. We are basically fighting what is called cultural salvageness, for the lack of a better word. Brothers and sisters, the truth should be said that in South Sudan, we live by what is called traditional mindset. And our people are not yet so civil enough to reinforce the idea of coexistence, okay? And that is why in South Sudan, people kill themselves simply because they are not from the same tribe sometimes. There are certain territories in South Sudan that if you go to, you can be killed simply because you don't belong to the tribe of those people who see themselves as owners of those territories. You see, and we have seen this in Lokili recently, a couple of months ago, when these Denkabor cattle herders went and shot on 8 members of the family who are basically doing activities in their compound. And if you really ask those cattle herders why they did that, I am sure they did that simply because they realized that those people are not from their tribes, you see. And we are at that level of lifestyle. And at the same time, we want to pretend that we can coexist and therefore embrace certain provisions of some human rights terms that says we should have the right to settle wherever we want and just coexist with each other. These are very good provisions, but it only works in civilized societies. The United Nations, all the members of the UN General Assembly are adapting or embracing to these provisions that we should just go ahead and coexist with ourselves, because at the end of the day, we are humans. We live by what is called human values. Yes, but there are certain societies that are way uncivilized, that they just can't coexist yet. And they kill themselves simply because they are not from one tribe. And these are the type of problems that I think Wanitombe is saying that these are problems that are beyond even something that can be blamed upon politics. Because while we know that in politics, the role of the government is to see into it that while Mujasif and Palm and Sabata coexist, Palm has certain rights that should be adhered to, that everybody has to respect. And if Mujasif is harmful to Palm, then the authority of the state will intervene to protect Palm from the behaviors of Mujasif, and also penalize Mujasif accordingly, or apply a certain degree of aggression to Mujasif, so that then Mujasif will, in a way, deterring Mujasif from the kind of characters that Mujasif has that could put somebody else's life in harm's way. All right, these are the duties that, or some of the duties that authorities do. But in South Sudan, we are so uncivilized. Our societies, I'm sorry to say that, are so uncivilized that sometimes they do things that even and come on at the same time, because we have a failed state. So you can imagine what kind of society that we are now forming. You have a failed state and you have very uncivilized societies that cannot coexist and harmonize by themselves. Is that by itself not a recipe to basically ensuring the fact that this state nation is not going to hold? It will definitely not hold. It can only hold if one group is subdued by force under another group. But if it is to be left upon will, nobody is going to coexist in such a state where the state has failed. It can no longer conduct authority to protect one person from another, so that everybody's human rights is basically embraced and protected. And it's not able to implement policies that would embrace civil liberties, where one person can live the way he or she wants to do, so long as whatever he or she does not affect or cause harm to another person. The state cannot protect us from such. That by itself is a recipe to the fact that we cannot coexist. We cannot coexist. And I think, Brother Mojasi, based on the topic that we have up there, coexistence of what is called South Sudanese is just something that is very volatile, and it's just a matter of time. It is going to disintegrate. Now, I just want to, in conclusion, clarify something. When you say that Dr. Wanitombe did not articulate his 14th point, yes, he did articulate his 14th point, and you played the audio earlier. You know, when he talked about the doctrine of uti possidetis juris, and he said those should be revisited. Otherwise, ethnic groups might erupt and basically break up pieces of the African countries in such a way that the colonial borders that the colonials had left would basically will not be upheld, because the doctrine actually says that it is something that is imposed by the colonials. It says that if there is going to be any society that would want to secede, it must only consider those borders that the colonials have left. Like, for example, when South Sudan was seceding from Sudan, it only seceded, that is, with the borders that the colonials had left, the border of what is called South Sudan. There is no any other way where South Sudan could have actually grabbed another piece of land which was not formally drawn as part of its original place by the colonials. That's basically what he was referring to in his 14th point. I would leave it up here, but I would basically say yes, the disintegration of the country is imminent, and it's just a matter of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Sabata. Before I go to James, I just would like to inform the audience that I will go ahead and turn off the hand raise button because it's getting late for some of our brothers that are in Europe. And then after those two people on the audience, we will conclude and we'll let you know. I think we are considering having a part 2 of this topic, but we will let you guys know if we decide on that. James, go ahead. The mic is yours, and please focus on the topic. The same thing goes for you, Governor. When it's your turn, also focus on the topic. James, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you, sister. A special greeting to all the moderators, and most importantly, the audience, whom are the most important people here. They're taking the message, and they are the one being addressed. To be precise and brief, I really appreciate whoever thought about this topic. Could South Sudan or could the Republic of South Sudan face disintegration? Out front, I will agree the possibility of disintegration, if it's not imminent, like my brother, uncle said it, at least is very, very high. And I hope that if whenever there are such an event, that those who are in charge of the government should pay close attention to how the people of South Sudan sound like. I'm not talking about the politician who may sometimes be accused of having some political agenda. I'm talking about the average South Sudanese. We are a collection of 64 tribes. And yes, I agree there is no such thing as a majority tribe. Otherwise, unless if we are counting ourselves as the tribes, then there are tribes that are bigger than the other tribes. But if we are talking as a Republic of South Sudan, as a nation, there is Dinka are not the majority in South Sudan. Nuer are not the majority. There is no tribe that can be majority apart from the rest of 63 tribes. That is just simple facts. But if somebody thinks that there is a certain majority, unless he's comparing tribe versus another tribe, for example, if the matter was between Mahdi and Denka. Yeah, Denka could call themselves, they are majority than Mahdi, not in South Sudan. If they were to compare themselves with Morley, yes, maybe there is a basis to say Denka versus Morley, Denka are the majority. But in the Republic of South Sudan as a nation, there is no such thing as majority. What has been happening is actually minority has been controlling the aspect of lives of all the people of South Sudan. And I am a little cautious to be more optimist, that I'm hoping that whenever there is such a voices like question is being raised like this should, instead of getting government official mad, that should give them self-awareness. It should be the time that each one of them sit behind the desk or in his own house and think, if he really care about the country that he claimed to lead, is he's really heading in the right direction? Are the majority of the South Sudanese happy with the direction for which the country is heading? All that we have been seeing, and the reason I agree that the possibility of disintegration is high, it's not just saying it for the sake of it. There are real metrics in place. We have so many rebellions. That is a sign of a country that is heading to disintegration. We have an insecurity, an economic that is virtually not functioning. Most importantly, we have a high migration out of the country. The bright mind and those who don't want to be caught in the middle or don't want to fight to the last breath of their life to try to save a sinking ship. They are jumping the ship and going abroad. And all these, when you put all these factors in, war everywhere, like Bob Marley say, war in the east, war in the west, war in north, war in south. And you add in top of that, no basic services. Education is not well funded, and generations are still growing up for one reason or another, whether or not there are no infrastructure in place from the basic education all the way to the higher education, or the instability that caused them to not to go to school, or the extreme poverty that they are living in. Whatever the cause is, generation is being lost to illiterate. And then you add on top of that tribalism. Instead of us being fighting against that and bring people of South Sudan, the 64 tribe, much closer, we are investing on it. People are using their tribes as a basis of maintaining power without having to answer to all the people of South Sudan. What I mean by having to answer, if you worry that if people of South Sudan are not happy from you, then you will not have a place in the government, then you will have no choice but to do your best to answer their needs. But when you think that your tribe will vote for you and keep you in power at all costs, whether you are failing or you are not qualified or whatever, just for the simple fact that your tribe can keep you in power, it only drive you in separating the nation more, because you will speak in the court in a very divisive language. You act and react and things that are not in the best interest of the nation, but rather in the best interest of your tribe, so that you could appease them. All these are recipe of disintegration. I know some people may dispute down there, especially those who have close affiliate with the government. But take it from a former fighters. I fought in this war, my dad fought in this war, but not one day that I felt better than any other South Sudanese, because if anybody who should feel better is those whom I was fighting for the cause of their liberation. There is no country on earth that exists if the government is not answerable to the people. There are no strong nation with weak people. There are no rich nation with only politicians are rich and everybody in the country are poor. There is no nation that could survive such a total dysfunction that is happening. We have up to 5 vice presidents. And most importantly, rule of law is the foundation of every civilization. The absence of basic rule of law, the very reason that we took up arms against the North, because I could quote Dr. Garang time and time again, where he said that we did not fight because we hated Arab. We fought because of injustice. And I only hope that those in power could one day ask themselves what difference between injustice being done by the Arab versus the injustice that being perpetrated and carried out by none other than the former self-claimed liberators. Unless otherwise, if we did not understood the cause that we were fighting for, and some individuals maybe have been using the marginalization of the people of South Sudan as a way to get themselves in power, then otherwise we would have known by now that we are at least not heading towards the right direction. And when I was listening to CPI, that is the very reason that we have to worry that South Sudan is heading. I am not blaming the person who had enough and made a decision whether or not in the best interest of Equatoria or not. This is one thing. But human, famous say by Dr. Martin Luther King, he said the matter is not about how long we live, but it's a matter of how well we live. Nobody would want to live 100 years in health. You would rather live a few years or maybe give your life for the struggle that you believe will free you, even if that means that you will not live long. And that is what our government officials in South Sudan need to do. It is not too late for them to turn around, and it is not too late for us to correct the course and try to at least convey that yes, we have missed the turn, but we are doing our best to turn around and turn around for the best interest of all people of South Sudan, the 64 tribes. But the minute we only continue to attack those who rightfully air out their grievances as to why they feel like they are excluded in the government, why they feel like their life doesn't matter to those in power, why they feel like they're being colonized in their own country, a country that we once upon a time envisioned and call it as a awaiting promised land. When they don't feel part of that promised land, human beings are meant to fight for their freedom. And look no further than when we took up the arm and resist not only the North Sudan, but resist all the support from the Islamic countries and the Middle Eastern countries. Multiple countries has joined hands, and yet just a few of us were able to resist, and eventually the world realized that there was injustice against the people of South Sudan. There is no difference here, ladies and gentlemen. 64 tribes, they are on their own, have right to live in dignity and prosperity and in peace. I don't care whether they're a tribe that is composed of 5 people. If the government do not listen to these 5 people and don't give them the respect they deserve, I'm sure they will do what it takes for them to live. And if that means calling for a breakaway, they will go for it. If that means picking up arms, they will go for it. So what is the best way? How can we save? Myself, let me make it clear. I don't hope, and it's never my wish, that South Sudan disintegrated, because I am still very mindful that the minute South Sudan disintegrates, the big chunk of our area will go back to the North's hand. And the treatment that we will face will be totally different than that one we have faced before. Because by now we would have come back as failing people. We would have come back and proven ourselves that we're incapable of ruling our affair, or at least standing on our own feet, and you will even be treated 10 times harsher then, and you will have no voice. Not in Sudan, not in the world stage, because the world would have enough, because you were given help, you were led to stand on your feet, but you failed to stand up. And that's why I am not hoping for the country. So whenever I see and hear people who are airing out their grievances, that's what encouraged me to come up here first to say, yes, whoever thought about this possibility is a person who actually loved this country called South Sudan more than those who may be sitting back there criticizing and say, why would people talk like this? Because you must foresee the consequence before they occur. A lot of people, you need to act double fast mayaga firas. And whomever think like this are the people who are actually giving us a warning. This is a warning alarm going off across South Sudan. And only I was hoping that anyone in power that only take these warnings seriously and start finding way what they can do to turn around so that people of South Sudan, no one feel excluded. I appreciate you guys, and sorry if I prolong my speech or my comment, but I am begging for those who are in power to not be dismissive of those who have genuine grievances, that let them to pick up arms, or let them to feel like they need to speak up to criticize the government. And you can label them whatever the label you want. But these are the very definition of a country that you are leading. If you don't care about what they are thinking, you have a big problem in your hand. And I hope that South Sudan don't disintegrate, but it's not going to happen by itself. It's not magically going to survive. We, the people of South Sudan, and especially those in place of power, has to work extra hard right now to earn back the respect that they have lost from the people of South Sudan. Thank you very much. I'll stop here.
Thank you, James. I'll go ahead and pass the mic to Governor. Governor, the mic is yours. Please focus on the topic. Governor, are you there? Okay, Uncle, the mic is yours. Focus on the topic, please. Let's not drift off topic. You may go ahead. James, I will put you down.
So you mean you're not hearing me? I'm talking.
I couldn't hear you. Your mic was closed.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I will not. Yeah, I will not take much of your time. I'll just be very brief and short. I'll just be straight to the point. The topic is about what we expect to happen in the near future, and which is the disintegration of the country. We have to be optimistic in a state of being pessimistic. Because our country is a very new country and we are facing a lot of challenges of forced independence. But the reasons are very much rooted into the history of South Sudan. During the war, we had a lot of obstacles and challenges that has stopped us from going to education institutions. And obviously we do not have educational institutions that would have informed us as citizens of the country. As a citizens of South Sudan, we have a hands in our problems And if there could be disintegration in the future, that would be very much blame on us, because we have separatists of different tribes in every region. And they value their own tribes than the nationalism. They also tribes, their brothers who are causing much destruction. And whenever they are doing wrongs and being condemned by others, they stand with them. And that's where the problem is. We have to separate wrongs and rights. If your own tribesmen are doing wrong in the government, you have to condemn them, knowing that they are doing wrong. South Sudan, yes, we have UN in the country that will cause much destruction than good, and that will increase the level of poverty. And whenever the level of poverty is being increased, it will cause other unwanted consequences, and that will disintegrate us more, because UN is there playing their own interest, which will be a very bad thing to our own country. Another point is that South Sudan has over 500 members of the parliament, and not all of them are very competitive enough to draft rules or to table bills, simply because most of them are there to represent their parties and to represent the interests of their parties, and they're not capable enough to draft rules and regulation of the country. And therefore, this is why we don't have enough rules that would limit the citizen not to do wrongs in the country. I will also retrace back to James Agwek when he was saying that we don't have majority in South Sudan. Yes, of course, he's right or wrong. If we go into one by one on tribe basis or on tribal basis, yes, we cannot use majority names to silence others. That is wrong. But we have the majority tribes in South Sudan. That is there, and that is a fact.
Can you stop there?
But we have to use it.
No, please.
No.
Wait.
Don't stop me,
Wait.
please. Otherwise, I'll just get down. There's no point.
I have a question for you. If you want to get down, you can go down. So there is moderators.
Yeah, what question is that?
Okay, good. First of all, if you talk about South Sudan, can you enlighten us more that there is a lot of tribes in South Sudan, like what James mentioned before, that there is more than 64 tribes plus. All right? So between all these tribes, do you want to tell me that there is a certain tribe in South Sudan that is a majority?
Look, if you put all the 63 tribes together, there could be the majority. But if you do the census on a tribal basis, there are 2 or 3 majority tribes in South Sudan. Is that not a fact?
I don't think it's a fact, because first of all, if you calculate the rest of the tribe of South Sudan with a certain tribe in South Sudan, that nobody can think that they're majority. Otherwise, if, let's say, large...
I'm not using assumptions. I'm using the numbers.
The numbers of what? Tell me your numbers.
Unless I'm using the numbers. First, the majority tribe is the Dinka, followed by Nuer. Probably the Murale would be the third one, or the Zandi. The Zandi tribe in Equatoria could be the third one, in which I'm not sure about that, but this is a fact.
Your fact is
so whatever you are arguing it. If you are arguing it, I will leave it there until we'll have the census later on. But that's not the point. It's not very important.
All right, good. First of all,
it's not very important.
Okay, my apologies. I muted both of you guys. My apology, no disrespect. I think in order for us, there is a lot of misconceptions that is happening in social media, and people seems to spread their idiotic beliefs. So I think that the best way to correct it is to hear it from them. Once they're done, then we can correct it. And Brother Mujasif, you're here, Sabata, you're here, Dr. Hakim, and Al-Hajj, all of you guys are on the stage. Governor, please close your mic. So if you guys disagree with Governor, let him speak let him say what he has to say. After that, then you guys can all respond to his statement, whether it's false or facts. So far, I'm going to let Governor go ahead and complete what he has to say, and then I will give the rest of the moderators a chance to correct any information that is given that is not factual. Governor, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Pam. Look, I don't want to dwell much time on the tribal population until we will have a more informative information later on in the future. But right now, I'll leave it there. Let's focus on the topic, which is the disintegration of the country, which we are expecting to happen in the near future, and we don't want that one to happen. Look, we want the members of the parliament to impose rules on the country that will keep the country safe and from disintegration in the future. The constitution of the country has to be drafted, and that would protect the citizens of the nations, to protect their own property, protect their own land, and also to protect the innocent people of the country. The insecurity of the nation as well, including the child abductions and unnecessary movement of animals from one part to another without being stationed in their own land. No investment in our own current populations because there's no instability in the country. And this is where we need the member of the parliament to draft rules of the law. Our population is being wasted in the refugee camp, in the POWs, inside South Sudan, and you're not using that population for the benefit of the country. And if we embrace peace in a state of escalating conflicts among the communities, that will not work, and that would cause much destruction and disintegration of the country. Because we have politicians among 500 members of the MP who do escalating the conflict for the interest of their seats in Juba so that they can stay longer in their seats instead of doing the right thing in the country. These are the things in which we should be embracing in a state of escalating conflict, level allegations against one another. Where are we going? Is more disintegration. And that more disintegration will cause much destruction than the goods. So we here in the clubhouse, we should be advocating for a permanent constitution of the country to be in place, embracing more on thieves in a state of escalating war, in a state of arming militias in the country, in a state of having your own militiamen to protect you so that you enrich yourself. These are the things that we should stop for any countryman who run to the bush and arm their own tribesmen to protect their interest. This is what we can be working for. But this idea of tribal mindsets has to stop. And what would limit it it has to be limited by rule of laws. This change does not come in one day, but we have to work hard for it. Let's work together. And if we continue trying to be in a certain tribe, and you are educated, you are intellectual, then we are teaching the next generation nothing. We have to invest in them, tell them that this is our country, and be loyalists and embrace nationalism. Thank you, Pam.
Thank you, Governor. I will have Brother Mujasif give his introduction, and then if any one of the panelists wants to go after Brother Mujasif, they can go ahead. But before I give the mic to Brother Mujasif, I wanted to say this to Governor. You said that we should educate our young ones and teach them how to be basically patriots. But what I have seen time over time with for people from certain community, precisely Jain community, which I actually feel very sorry for their offsprings and their next generation, is that their fathers or uncles, their elders, teaches them wrong history. And what's sad about it is that they know that the history that they are telling their young ones is completely false, right? And I don't think that they are teaching them how to be patriotic. Instead, they are teaching them to be completely tribal, right? And by they being very tribal is starting to affect people from other communities and background as a mean to become tribal back to defend themselves. But Brother Mujasif, go ahead, the mic is yours. You can give your introduction. My apologies one more time. I wanted him to complete what he has to say so that you guys can respond to him properly. The mic is yours.
Yeah, first of all, I think our brother governor, he failed totally about his definition by saying that he named some tribe, by the way. And my brother, you can go and study your mathematical equations in good way. So you name Denka as the first that majority in South Sudan. That is totally this misuse information, and even it is not correct. By you saying that, let us educate our generation to be a good citizen for South Sudan. That is one failure that you did already. Because if you calculate the tribes of South Sudan, they are majority more than Denka. This is the calculation what we should be in the country. You know, you cannot say Denka, they are majority in South Sudan. That, you know, what is the meaning of majority? Majority, it means 50 plus 1. Denka, are they 50 plus 1 in South Sudan? If you compare them with the tribe, that's what's in South Sudan, totally wrong. And this is one of misuse some information totally to tell to the citizens and to educate even the people of Jeng to say that you are majority in South Sudan. If you are a Jeng, I don't know. And then also you said, after Jeng, I don't know, there is Nuer, I don't know, you go further and you said, I don't know, Zande or wherever it is. There is no any single tribe, it can be a majority in a country like South Sudan where there is a lot of tribe inside. If you tell me, then Jeng, there are larger numbers in South Sudan, that can be correct. So your information, my brother, you have to go and study mathematics very good. What's meaning of majority in the times of equations? 50 plus 1, that's the majority. When you go to vote, in any place, when you vote, you go and vote 50 plus 1. That can be a winner. But I think, Jane, they are not even 50 when you calculate with the tribe of South Sudan. This is first. And secondly, when you come to the room and somebody would like to ask you questions, I think there is something what we call it objections. Because there is some information that is not going well. You have to give a chance for the other person who is debating with you so that he can ask you or tell you that there is some information it should be done like that. And then from there you can proceed. But by saying that you want to drop yourself, I think you can drop yourself down. Nobody is asking you or begging you to come and to say that I will stay here because if nobody want to listen to me. This is totally a wrong concept. This is what I would like to do.
Sibit, you focus on the topic, don't focus on me.
I focus on you because the information what you give is totally wrong. This is one. And we talk about this. This is the topic even itself. Because the topic we talk about the disintegration in South Sudan. This is one of the problems. This is one of the big problems that we have a problem because some of them, they said that we are the majority. We liberate you. That's why we are in chaos. When they go in some areas, they go and kill people. They think that because they are powerful and they are good in numbers. This is one of the big problems. That's what I mentioned before. I don't want to go after you anyway, but let me stop here. Thank you.
Okay, can I say something, please, if possible?
Go ahead, Dr. Al-Haj.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank James, who spoke earlier, and also Governor. I've got some points that I want to raise. And the last point will be about Mayen. I think James spoke some sense, and he was fair in his assessment, and I think also partly fair in his condemnation. However, I think Governor still has got a long way to understand what is going on in the country. And we do understand, if you are the ruler and if you are the abuser, you tend not to see the pain of the others. And this is something that is people find in every conversation with our fellow brothers, the young. They are completely oblivious of the pain of the other people. They are dismissive of what they are doing, and they are more verging on delusional. The idea that Governor proposes that we need to have a good constitution, people should not rebel, people should begin to change. Dear Sir Governor, there is already a constitution in South Sudan, but as it is, it could still provide a semblance of a state, and it could still provide protection for majority of the people. But that constitution has been disabled deliberately to promote the young agenda. Now, you cannot ask us to think of, working towards a new constitution. For what purpose must the people of South Sudan work towards a new constitution? And under who? We cannot have a new constitution under somebody who even does not believe in constitution, like the young government that is in power now, or under any other young person, because the young have proved themselves to be tribalistic and they cannot see beyond their noses on that. So, constitution can only be improved by a president who is a non-young and who can see the people of South Sudan. So in a sense, your argument for a constitution is you have invalidated it. Now let's come to this issue of rebellion. The idea that people who rebel are not patriotic is so simplistic, and it lacks a sense of understanding what politics exactly in terms of rebellion is. To rebel is, to me and to many people who understand patriotism, is the highest order a patriot can take. To be a patriotic person, you must rebel to get rid of a system that is destroying your country. Okay? Patriotism doesn't mean that you protect a tribal government that is destroying the country, because you are not patriots. Protecting that system in Juba and talking about protecting Jeng rule, that is not patriotism, that is tribalism. And so the rebel, the person who rebels, is the patriotic person, and he is the nationalist because he wants the country to be good. And so the condemnation of rebels, if you take it a little bit back, when Geren rebelled, why didn't you say that Geren is not patriotic or Geren was not a nationalist? Okay? Now, even this word patriot, you cherry pick. When a young rebels like Molong, you don't call him a rebel, you call him a patriot. And when somebody like Riak rebels, he is not patriotic. Come on. This idea of trying to treat the other people as if they don't understand what's going on in the country will not make this country move forward. Again, blaming the victims for what is going on, the chaos that is clearly planned and being executed by the Jeng, is not going to sell. And so, if the Jeng wants to be part of liberating this country from their tribalism, they've got to come clean and join the other people and be prepared to hold their criminal brethren to account. It cannot be by pushing the blame on others. Now, I leave this here because I could talk about it, and I'll talk about it at length at a certain point should it become necessary. Now, let me talk about Mayen. Mayen commented down there that the Jeng are 51% plus. Now, this is somebody who's supposed to be a lawyer, who understands. Mayen, let me tell you this, and I've said this many times, but it seems your ears are glued. You don't listen. The census of 2010 concluded that Equatoria has a population of 2.7 million people. And Equatoria is a third of South Sudan. Upper Nile is 2.8 million, and Bahar Ghazal is 2.9 million. Roughly, all the three regions of South Sudan, Upper Nile, Equatoria, and Bahar Ghazal, have equal population. Now, if in Equatoria there is no Jeng at all, and Equatoria already made 2.7 million, in Upper Nile, the Bor Jeng, according to the census of 2010, are about 360,000. Okay, the Upper Dang up there are less than 100,000. So you could say that in Upper Nile, they are roughly about less than 500,000, 400,000. That will constitute something like 12 or 13% of Upper Nile. So if you have got 400,000 Jeng in Upper Nile, and you have got 1 million Jeng in Gogrial, you will make something like 15 to 16% of the entire country, South Sudan. Then where do you get these statistics which says you are 50% plus? If you don't have mathematical mind, ask any young who knows mathematics and can work this out. Because this propaganda of trying to inflate your numbers is not going to sell. People are not stupid. And it actually makes you look like as if you are not educated person when you are supposed to be a lawyer. I don't know who can you protect. If I have a case which involves calculations, I will obviously not ask for your service to protect me, because you will be a disaster in the case court. So maybe be an example of change, but don't buckle down to become a real JCE and a person of destruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Haj. You have answered it perfectly. Before I move to Uncle, does anyone else have to add any comment or introduction before I move to Uncle Ladu?
Can I just ask a question, Malish? Not much focus here. When Governor talked about majority, what point was he making? What was he trying to underscore? And suppose we are saying, okay, Dinka are majority. Let us just say suppose. So what then? What was he trying to say at that point?
I mean, he's not up here anymore, because he was interrupting. However, I think he was trying to correct information that Southern was saying earlier. Remember when we were asking Southern when he was saying majority and minority, and he was dancing around answering the actual question. So he was just saying that basically the truth is Jeng are the majority of South Sudan, and basically everyone else is the minority.
Okay, Malik, let's a little comment في الكلام ده, and then we move on. And this is one of the مشاكل يعني بتاعت civilization المادينكا. يعني ده حاجة أنا لاحظتها. ناس من قبيلة الدينكا all the time as well so كلام بتاع majority. أنا ما أعرف هم كيف قال زول كان majority معناته rights كودي كتير لزول ده ولا كان زول majority في محل يعني شنو. أنا ما في فاهم في 21st century. دينجا هسا بيجا عنده فرصة هم كمان بيجي في محلات زي أمريكا يوروب وين هم ما كانوا قال كواجات يا majority compared هم هناك. But what does that mean with respect to coexistence? يعني معناته كواجات يكون لهم have more than woman ما يقولون يعني القوانين كدولة ده ما يقولون equally ولا شنو. أنا لا ناس ما بيرفعين بالذات كلام تا majority ده دايما بيجي في شنو كده يوم تاني إن شاء الله ما متأكد في دين ده تاني هناك مونغاس ما كده ما بيصير كده بيجي كاتب لنا كده في الهاس بالذات. Why are you obsessed مع كلام على أساس إنه you are the majority? What are you trying to underscore with this? Malaysia أنا بسيبني شكرا.
Thank you, Brother Sabata. And then I'll go ahead and just pass the mic to Uncle. Uncle, the mic is yours. Let's focus within the topic. Shukran.
شكرا فام. يعني خليني أذكر مجازف وصباتا وحكيم دكتور حكيم ودكتور إرهان والإخوة الموجودين تحت. أنا بمشي لتوفيق دغري خلاص البرنامج بتاعكم. لكن أنا داير نبدأ كده إنه في منابر في يمين بالسياسي في كتاب سياسي بيكون بطريقة سياسية، وفي كتاب السياسي بيكون على الطريقة بتاع الشارع، مثلا الشارع الجنوبي. عشان دول كله لازم دايرين نحطه في الصورة عشان يفهم في منبر ده قاعد يقولوا شنو. Could the Republic of SSD face disintegration? The question. لو أنا داير يقولوا إنه abbreviation بتاع SSD أنا ما بعرف إنتم you mean what you guys? For my side, South Sudan for Dinka. لما نمشي في جنوب السودان بنلقوا الكتابة ده abbreviation ده بيكون موجود في plate number بتاع الكارت. كان زمان عندنا EE West كده according to our research، لكن من غيره لأنه من كله هي مؤسسة المالية بيجيبوا قروش زي بتاع بوليس ده بتاع نمر ده طبعا الناس بيدفع فيه قروش عشان يطلعوا نمر، فكل حاجة دول ما يشيلوا زي جي 1 دينجا نمرة 1، جي بورا الجديد، جي جوبا 2، جي جبل دينجا، كل حاجات دل علامات بورا على أساس دولة ده definitely ديروا في disintegration، ما في زول بوقف. خلينا نمسك لحكومة بتاع جنوب السودان، لاحترامي لروم، حكومة بتاع جنوب السودان ماسكينه المناصب القيادية قبل دقيقة اللي بيتخذ قرار في جنوب السودان يبدأ من السيد الرئيس، باقيين ده كله ممثلين مظاهر للانترناشونال كوميونيتي، للريجنال كانتري، لباقي قبائل بتاع جنوب السودان اللي لازوا أقنع أنفسهم على أساس في قبائل في داخل الحكومة. نفس السيناريو بتاع السودان بتاع 56 ما في جديد فيه. يبقى دول الموجودين في الحكومة في اتخاذ القرار فشلوا تماما عشان يقودوا دولة ده زي ما هم مدعوا اتفاقيات أديس أبابا، اتفاقيات السلام الشامل 2005 عشان يقودوا دولة ده في السلام، عشان يقودوا الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان في وحدة والسلام والتنمية. فشل. سؤال، ده دولة فشل ولا ده إنسان المسك الدولة ده هو يفشل؟ إجابة واحدة بالنسبة لي أنا، ما بيعرف الناس بيجاوبوا كيف. إنسان مسك الدولة قيادة بتسال بخير ما يرجيت ما جنكا سوى أدس ما المناصب القيادية المسكين فوق دينجا فشلوا الدولة. يبقى إنسان القائد يمسك الدولة فشل الدولة. ليه؟ كابتن بارك الله على النيل مني أنا مولود وإست في جنوب السودان، ما حس اليوم إنه بارك الله قاعد في السلام وعلى النيل قاعد في السلام. ليه السبب؟ سبب بتاع قبيلة الدينجا. يبقى الفشل ده من هناك وصلوا لجنوب السودان including حركة شعبية وجيش الشعب في غابة قتل فيهم كفاية من ضمن الإيكوتوريين قيادات بتاعنا بتجري الإيكوتوري. الليلة دياتوا الأحاديث اللي بيقولوا إنه خلي الحكومة ده to turn around، يعني يغير نفسه يكون حكومة كويس عشان يمنع disintegration في دولة بتاع جنوب السودان. كتب سرقوا عملوا كله violation بتاع human right في جنوب السودان. كيف إنسان ده to turn around يندب نفسه؟ كيف منطقة السياسة هو حيقدر يندب نفسه كويس؟ نما اللون ده الجنوبيين بيشوفوا كأنه كان ما عمل أي حاجة في جنوب السودان البتاع ده حديث ما في محله. فجنوب السودان راي يفتش نفسه، كان حكومة ده قاعد ولا حكومة ده غير نفسه، جنوب السودان راي يفتش نفسه. نحن في جريد إيكوتوريا قال سياسيين وسياسة في جنوب السودان اليوم موجودة في جنوب السودان. ده شنو ده؟ السياسيين في جنوب السودان العازو جنوب السودان لازم لا تفتت نفسه. مو بيقول نحن بنقدر نحل كل المشاكل اللي حصلت في المستقبل في عدم وجود هذا الحكومة السبب كل شيء. أحلوها كيف؟ حتى جنوب السودان ما بيفتش نفسه، أحلوه كيف؟ ده راوند تيبل. مشاكل كله بيشيلوا بالترابيزه نحن بنركز فيه. نحن جريد إيكواتوريا في جينا تم انه الانسان اللي نحن دايرين اسمه بين على نفسه على اساس هو انسان مو وطني، انسان كذاب، انسان حرامي، انسان قصاص، انسان اصلا انت ما بتقدر تعيش معه، انت ما بتقدر تعيش معه ابدا، في اخلاق انت ما بتقدر تعيش معه. زياده لكده خاين انسان لو خاين في الدنيا، حتى اخوك لو طلع خاين في البيت زول ده لازم تضربه من البيت لانه بيخرب البيت. خيانه ما كويس، في الافلام موجود، في حياه سياسيه، في حياه مدنيه موجود. الخاين لا يمكن عشان يعيش في وسط بتاع الناس، ده انسان بينه خيانه بتاعه. يبقى السياسيين الجنوبيين الاعزوا جنوب السودان ده ما بيمشي في ديس انتجريشن. هيلوه كيف؟ هيلوه ببيس، والفيس في نيغوشيشن، في ذاك الفيس في نيغوشيشن مطالب. إذا الحكومة ده ما بيقعد مع اوبوزيشن ولا عدد سياسيين في نيغوشيشن عشان يسبتي مشكله في جنوب السودان، لانه خايف من الجرائم اللي ارتكبوا. دن الفرصه في تجريد إيكواتوريا. نحن لابد انه نطالب ادينا حكم فيدرالي. خلاص خط الوسط بين المجتمع الدولي وكل القوى الاقليميه والسياسيه. ادينا الفيدرال سيستم في جنوب السودان. فيدرال سيستم مثيل انه الولايه لازم يمثله، يكون واقف بنفسه، يعمل تنميه في بعض من المؤسسات بيكون عند ولايه. نحن جريد إيكواتوريا دكوري نمشي إيه نوبة السلام. نحن هنمشي في جريد إيكواتوريا، كل زول يمشي في الولايه بتاعه. حكومه مركزيه وكتوين، نحن ما دايرين حكومه مركزيه في جنوب في جريد إيكواتوريا. دور لك اللي يمشي، نحن بيكون في ولايه مسؤوليه الولايه بتاعنا. الميليشيات اللي بيقولوا ميليشيا، كل زول ميليشيات. والبلاد في جريد إيكواتوريا ده ما بيكرر ثاني في جريد إيكواتوريا. لو الله نزل في جريد نحن ما لا نسمع عشان اخطاء نحن عملناه في جريد إيكواتوريا يحصل في جريد إيكواتوريا لمره ثالث. اسمع كلام ده كويس. نحن قربنا على سجن جنوب السودان فيه خيانه، ده بلد بتاع خيانه بتاع افلام كايبوي فيه خيانه. يبقى انه لما نمشي في جريد إيكواتوريا لمره ثانيه لا يمكن عشان يحصل فيه بلاده واهمال ان نحن اهملنا فيه في جريد إيكواتوريا. ناس البدايه انفسهم اللي بيقولوا انه ما بيكون في يعني الدوله this integration بيكون ما صحي يعني كانه لو فصلته الدوله دي بيكون ما عنده صحي، ما صحي يعني حاله صحيه بتاعه ما تمام. ده كذب. نحن قادرين لانفسنا كجريد إيكواتوريا. الارض بتاع جريد إيكواتوريا ده حتى لو ما في اي موارد الزراعه بكفينا ناكل فيه. النقطه الاخيره انا بختم بها، في ناس بيقولوا انه والله this integration في جنوب السودان وخاصه لابناء جريد إيكواتوريا يعني حددونا انه if we do that we're gonna team ourselves and fight you. نحن بنقول لسيكلو افكار زي لو في ناس ولا ده هم دايرين يخوفوا إيكواتوريين، ولا ده تحديد سياسي ولا تحديد بتاع موت. نحن رسالة بتاعنا واضحة جدا جدا. هي لمرحوم بروفيسور واني تومبي. نحن يا بروفيسور تموتا لكن الرسالة بتاعك we need to disintegrate from South Sudan. ده التحديدات دي اللي بيحددوا نحن جريد إيكواتوري عنده حل واحد. أجمع أنفسكم لأي قبيلة في جنوب السودان المادير جريد إيكواتوري ينفصل، أجمع أنفسكم وأمشي في جريد إيكواتوري أبطلنا كلنا وسلم الأرض. شكرا من أجل الفرصة يا جماعة.
Thank you, Uncle Lado. I'll go ahead and put you down. And Brother Mujasif or Sabata, if you have any comment or interjection before we go ahead and conclude, you may go ahead.
في حاجة أنا دار نوجهه بس للجنوبيين طبعا كلنا كده. ممكن دكتور حكيم بعدين ممكن يتكلم فيه لأنه متخصص بتاع هندسة اتصالات والحاجات، وده برضه تخصص أنا موجود فوقه. قبل برضه في واحد من أخواننا تقريبا ما أعرف منه، جيمس ما جيمس جوزيف، لما جاء كان قاعد يتكلم في موضوع بتاع SSD هو ساوث السودان كويس. SSD أنا داير خلي الناس يرجعوا ورا شوية. لما نحن كنا في السودان الأول، السودان كان قاعدين يكتبوا كيف؟ لما انت تيجي تكتب هسه زي عندنا في فرنسا انت بتكتب FR اوكي فرنسا. كان US ناس قاعدين يكتبوا US. So has nothing to do with SSD. It means that South Sudan Denka. By the way, my brothers and sisters and all the citizens of South Sudan, ده حاجة ناس لازم يعرفوا. وده الطريقة ذاته لأنه نحن قاعدين نشجع إنه الفكرة ده يكون هو فكرة أساساً جابوا ناس الدنيا. No. ده ما عنده علاقة نهائي مع إنه South Sudan مثلاً دنكا. No. ده جاء من South then Sudan شالوا الإس ما هو الدي الموجود بتاع السودان الأخير ده هذا نفس الحاجة زي رقم بتاع التليفون اللي هو plus 211. كان في زول عنده أي حاجة دار you want to challenge me on that. هنا نمشي في الدراسات بتاعت الكود code numbers of the countries. كان برقم تليفونات ولا الرقم الابريفيشنز بتاع هنا بتاع اسماء بتاع الدول. So ما عنده علاقة نهاية يا جماعة مع حاجة اسمه South Sudan دي معناه دينكا. No, it has nothing to do like that. ده حاجة اللي أنا بس كنت دار نوضحه للناس. ودكتور حكيم لو عنده حاجة مخالف لكلامي ده كمان بيكون موضوع فوق نقاش طويل جدا جدا، لأنه نحن ما نشير الحاجات بالعواطف زي الناس اللي قاعدين يقولوا مناو ده قاصدين به ساوث سودان دينكا. نو ده مصطلح علمي موجود وموجود كان في السودان القديم. السودان القديم كان مكتوب SD. لما بقى ساوث سودان شالوا الاس بتاع ساوث وشالوا الاس بتاع السودان وخدوا فوقه الدي، لانه السودان زمان كان SD ولغايه هسه موجود SD. So that's all يا سيستر بام. شكرا. انا ما عندي حاجه اضيفه تاني اكتر ونحاول نلخص. انا بقفل الفيسبوك ونشكر الناس الموجودين كلهم في الفيسبوك والناس اللي حضروا معانا في الفتره الطويله ده. ربنا يبارككم، ونعتذر اذا في حاجه كان يخالف من الاخلاقيات بتاعتنا، لكننا نعتذر اذا كان في حاجه يخالف برنامج بتاعت النظام وحكم القانون في داخل دوله جنوب السودان، وكذلك الباشبوزك الموجودين في دوله جنوب السودان القاعدين يحكموا جنوب السودان بالطريقه اللي هم شايفينه، لكن ده مو الطريقه اللي احنا قاعدين نفكر فوق. فربنا يبارككم وكونوا في امانه الله ناس بتاع الفيسبوك. And then we continue with the people, those who are in the clubhouse, but soon we are going to end the show as well. Thank you. Sister Pam, you can go ahead. Bye.
Thank you, Brother Mujaster. So in that note, I will go ahead and pass the mic to Dr. Hakim, since you also wanted him to elaborate. He can respond to your request, and then with that, he can also conclude. Dr. Hakim.